Hey chat, how you doing? Sorry for the slight delay getting started. I had one last thing to finish off and it took me a little bit longer than I expected. How are you all doing? You can see lots of people here in chat. I do some hellos as usual. But we won't take too long because I want to get going right away. I see Voxy, hey Voxy, Chalupa, Blue Aquarius, aka Super Sus, hey Super Sus, Disco, Breakfast Face, Zaylin, Arch, good to see you, Elite, Odd Ollie, Nintendo Vlogs, XXADX, good to see you, hey Ramona, Julian, and me. Arch says, don't worry Dom, we all know you need your water. Actually, I was already prepared, I've made myself a tea. I guess it's become tradition at this point. Let's do a quick tea check. Gone for something slightly different this time. I think I mentioned before, I don't very often drink tea with milk. I did add a little bit of milk. Oh, it looks so unappealing on here. It's kind of a darker brew than you would typically have with like a breakfast tea here. This would be classed as like a builder's tea, I think, colloquially. Alright, so, as you can probably tell from the title of this stream, we are in overtime now in Mousey's dev days. 3 days was not enough. Far from it. We've still got a lot to do. I was kind of busy today, but I had a few chances to drop in and make some little tweaks to Mousey's. Stuff that I knew I could do myself. The first main thing was going through and deleting some superfluous node-on, as pointed out by some wonderful builders in the Mousey's Dev Days thread. So comment node-ons, of course, it was time for them to go. A couple of extra unconnected ones that I think Voxy pointed out as well. And I've also just done a little bit of tweak to the... level design. Let's just go in and I'll show you. Arch says Pro Gamer Sound Foam. That sound foam is... So I've got like 4 of those. I'll talk as I'm doing this. I've got like 4 of those that somebody gave me who was moving out of a recording studio that were never used. And I've just got them like haphazardly placed around at the moment. So first of all, slight tweak here. Wait, that slight tweak is already broken. Why is that? Guess they need to be 2.81. Yeah, graffiti change. I suddenly thought, I say B to dash, but I don't say how to move, so, that's that. Oh, Mousey's ears go back whilst dashing now. A change that I like in theory, but right now looks a bit weird because of the weirdness of the inhale sprite. Hey Top Secret Yoshi. Hey Mercury. And I also thought it made sense for the cheese graffiti to be near the cheese, which is only there because these 3 blocks of cheese are only here so you understand how to use the inhale ability. It looks like they're stretching. It felt to me like a kind of stretch and squash kind of thing from an animation. Like a frame-by-frame animation. But I think if it's less severe, it will look okay. The graffiti could better communicate the dash. Yeah. The length of the line, I thought, could indicate the difference in speed, but I think we could go very, very extreme. Ratty, of course, hanging out up there still. Arch says Ratty is the tutorial instructor. That's my headcanon. If you're okay with that, Arch, I would like the idea that Ratty has been through here first and is making the path a little bit easier for Mousey. So let's keep going. Oh, also you may notice that the shading is a little bit weird on Mousey's body here. The reason for that is because I went around the exterior of Mousey's body and just made a little bit more symmetry So now the tail is perfectly centered, and so is the nose. But I don't think it affects the look of Mousey. I think if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't even notice it once the shading's done, for example. So let's go through. The biggest change that I had chance to do, because it was always kind of a placeholder thing, it never really fit with the theming. I got rid of the wooden bridge. And I don't love the texture for the lowering ones right now, but my thinking was they would look like they've been singed to indicate that they drop down. So I'm happy with the purple blocks rather than the wooden blocks. The wooden stuff didn't make visual sense to me. They're still here, but they're so different to everything else that I went ahead and got rid of those. If chat feels okay about the change, I'll just ditch them right away. I liked having the little break where you could see, but it also made it potentially look too hazardous, like you shouldn't step on it at all. What else? Did I tweak? Oh, I tweaked the lava texture, so it tiles slightly better. It might not be final, but it's better than it was. So it now connects directly, where it didn't before. And I slightly tweaked the button texture up here. It's still no good though. I don't like it. But it's better than it was, I guess. Foxy says, like the purple blocks, not too sure about the burnt one. Yeah, same for me. I like it in theory, but I don't necessarily love the execution of it. I also shifted the sensor for the camera slightly down before it was lined up perfectly with the edge of the block here, which I think was a little bit too sudden. Nintendo says, I think you should put cracks in the purple block like you did with the wood. I tried that. That was my thought as well. It looked a bit weird. It could have been my execution of it though. Oops, too thin. So let's say it was that. You know, not the best drawing ever, but just so we can look at it. Maybe if it was like covered in cracks? I don't know. Either way. I didn't prefer the cracks. But I don't love this, so we'll see. But either way, I think it's better than the bridge. I'm going to put some music on. So, for those who haven't seen it already, we have a little bit of a... to-do list in the Mousey's Dev Days thread. I was saying earlier that it's kind of more of a wish list necessarily than like a must include, but I think some of these things are a little bit easier than others. I think some of them are going to be longer term projects, so we'll see what we can do today. And I'm trying to think what the first thing I would like to look at. So actually I took some photographs. Let me go back and show you. This, which is Arch's third code cleanup revision, which includes a fantastic sort of global bad day / lava checkpoints and respawning system. Very similar to the marker system we're using in the animation as well. I took pictures of this so that we could do this first, but Arch did point out that it requires 4 connections to the UFO which we wouldn't have spare currently. So we might need to do a little bit of an investigate to see whether there's any way we could, streamline the number of connections to the UFO. I doubt that's possible. I think we basically are on maximum at that, but we'll see. But right now we can't implement this because of the number of connections. But I mean, Arch has obviously managed to get it working, because Arch's Mousey can do everything ours can and has less connections. So there must be some way. It's just how much of an overhaul it will require. I'm going to just catch up with chat. Hey Mustard, good to see you. Mustard says, Dom once again sat in class with the homework is due, frantically working away with his pen to get working on time, even though the teacher is literally staring right at him. Exactly that, Mustard, but I'm also the teacher, I guess. Just staring myself down. Created my own deadline. Disco asks, does Archer's system let you sprint and suck, though? Yes. That is the other thing for us to address this time, which is... we should probably remove the ability to do both of those things at once. So while sprinting, no vacuum ability. Anyway, back into Nasty's Cheese Maze Day 4. Alright. So just looking at the... Where's the UFO? Here. If I'm not mistaken, it is 8 connections, right? That's what I was basing it on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 currently. So we've got 2 more connections on it. Which wouldn't be enough for the 4 that we have there. Something else that's not working anymore that you might have seen is the thumbnail no longer displays on the main menu of the game, and that's to do with the way that the new camera is handled, the new game screen is handled. Because I guess what's happening is it's showing the location of the game screen at the very beginning, which I thought in theory could be fixed by, oops, just placing this smack bang in the center of the game screen, but I'm not sure. Maybe we can just give it a go. It won't take long. So let's check the height of this. Y position is 3.20. So I guess if we go Y position 3.18, so it's definitely in frame. Give that a go. Nope, didn't work. Okay. Where is it actually starting? So it starts as in the blue, but it feels like the blue is like up here. Oh, is it the location sensor now? Is that what it is? Is it connected to a cube? Oh, right. Good shout, Arch. It is. Not just a loose texture. But it still feels like it's coming from the location of the location sensor rather than the game screen itself. So let's maybe try placing it on top of the location sensor instead. Also, I suppose it doesn't need to be connected to a cube, right? Check the height of this. 0.40. Let's try that. There we go. That was it, wasn't it? Yeah. Arch says you should delete the cube if you can. Yeah, I don't know why... I don't know why we had the cube. I mean, it was because we were not thinking about node on count at all, but definitely. Alright, that's an easy fix then. That's a really fascinating thing that goes from the location sensor now. And I guess then we can just drag this wherever we want to change the flow of this sequence. So y is 40, 0.40. But then I guess it is still scaled to the game screen, right? What? There we go. Try that. That still looked really small. Voxy says... Sorry, Voxy, I missed your earlier message. What about making the non-moving bits of the bridge out of regular floor and making the moving platforms regular purple blocks instead? That's a good suggestion. We'll try that. That's an easy thing to try and see how we feel about it. Nintendo Vlog says, this seems like a lot to do for a little change. That's basically where we're at in Nintendo Vlogs, excuse me. It's going to be lots of little tweaks. I mean, if you're expecting, like, a car chase today, I will say right now it's not going to happen. It's going to be pretty, you know, in the weeds today. I'm doing great, by the way, Mustard. Yeah, I just caught up with your message as well. I hope you're good. I've basically just been thinking about this all day. Like, so ready to get in and do this. Instead of the bottom right, which is how it should move. Yes, okay, Voxy was just doing some detective work on where it started. Disco says, whoa, that's something I didn't know about location sensors. Yeah, so I think it was either Bori or Mr. O, correct me, whoever it was, that pointed out that the location sensor is what is referenced here on the programming screen. So this is not whatever the location sensor is connected to, as you would maybe intuit. So you might think this is the location of the UFO. It is not. It will be the location of the UFO once you are in-game, but on the programming screen, it's the sensor itself. Are you planning on having the thumbnail be different from the title screen? Yeah, Disco, I think for the sake of one texture node on, we'll have a different thumbnail. You could put the location sensor in the middle of the title screen, that way it won't be a jarring transition. But then you would still see the thumbnail, right? It would save at least 3 node on because there's also a knot and a flag attached. Oh, right, that's how we're getting rid of the thumbnail, isn't it? It's not just... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. So just take the left half of the thumbnail once the logo is done. Oh, hey Bori. Good to see you. Scale this back to its size. Just reading Bori's message. Increase the Y to approx 8 again. Hey, there we go. Very nice, thank you. See, XX ad. Okay, we won't fiddle with this too long because it might not even be the final system, but there we go. We're approximately there. Wild. Always much lower than you think. Okay. Voxy says, if you put the sensor where the title screen is, you won't see it move. Yes. Yeah, that's a good point as well. We need to do like a weird stack of everything. Oh man, there's almost certainly a more optimal way of doing this whole setup as well. Ah, shoot. We will then see the title screen because of the way it's set up right now. All of these feel like problems that can be mitigated by kind of improving this system as a whole. So I'm not going to worry too much about this right now. How many node on have you used, Dom? Oh, okay, we can start, we'll start the stream with a node on check. We're at 485, so on day 4 of Mousey's dev days, we've used 485 node on out of 512. It basically feels like we have kind of hit that point around the upper 480s. And we've managed to shave off just as many node on it as we've added. So we've basically stood still, which is incredible. But we are going to need every node on we can get. If you put the sensor where the title screen is, you won't see it move. Oh right, so that Voxy, I already saw that one. We should focus on the boss fight. Let's at least get that done by today. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm just checking through the help and tutorials thread. At the purple trampoline location, you can use the trampoline to go out of the map, out of the maze by the top wall on the opposite side of where you are supposed to go. So maybe make the wall taller. Thank you, Breakfast Face. Yeah, we actually did know about that already. We just haven't got around to fixing it. Oh my goodness. Arch, how did you... So, Arch has posted a video of the purple block that you... that you drag into the lava. Arch somehow managed to get the purple block up to where the button is. That's wild. Maybe there's some fun skip potential there. I agree with Voxy. We're going to focus on the boss fight first. Archer's question, is the world node on necessary? Let's delete it and see what happens. I did some weird stuff with the sun position, I think, way back. Where's it hiding? There it is. Let's delete it and look. Oh, yes. So when it's like this, I think a lot of colors are a little bit more washed out. Especially on the title screen. If I'm not mistaken. If we compare the orange. Oh no, that looks okay. Is there more highlight here? The yellow is definitely paler down here. I feel like I keep saying things and then being like, maybe it's just placebo effect. Actually, yeah, that might not be different. compare in-game as well. I'm gonna go here because I know that there's some nice shadows here. I think the only thing is maybe the ears, because they're on a slightly higher Y value, are grayer. Oops. Ever so slightly, I think. I really can't tell. It's really, really... really minor. Yeah, I definitely changed the sun's position and height, Voxy. When I glance, it feels different, but I can't quite pin down what it is. The slight difference in the placement of the shadows is fine, that's really not an issue. But it's what's happening to Mousey is maybe enough to dissuade me. Oh, it says it's okay if we keep the world node on. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how much of it's me seeing a kind of placebo and how much is actually real. Quagsire 5, or V, thank you for subscribing. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Let's get on to the boss fight. Oh. Uh-huh. That explains it. Boxy says if you delete the world node on, it resets it to its default value. So maybe the changes I made got undone when I deleted it. Really, even if you do the redo here. Arch says, can I check if you're using black for the ears instead of dark grey? Let's check. So the body has definitely got black on the outer edge, right? So let's put it in here and compare. They're definitely both black. Maybe I should go dark grey on the body so that they at least match up. I mean, that's gonna look horrendous here, but let's just see. Oh, I did it to the wrong one. So that does now feel way more similar. The ears and the body feel way more similar until Mousey is in shadow, where the ears become really dark and the body becomes very light. Foxy says, I don't like the washed out outline. Yeah, no, I was just doing a little bit of science, really. I think it was a great suggestion from Arch to check that I was definitely using black on the ears. And definitely am, yeah. Yeah. There might be something we can do with the heights anyway. Maybe I have the ears placed higher above the rest than they need to be. Alright. Hey, Saved. Meowsy for realsies. So let me bring up the picture from yesterday for those who are just joining us. It's such a terrible picture, but I think we can talk through it. So before I do that, let's... Oh, in fact, I can do the multicam thing. So right now, Mousey just robotically... Sorry, Meowsey just robotically punches in the same position, and obviously looks horrendous right now. But basically this is a proof of concept for Meowsey's attack. So Meowsey can strike Mousey, knocking them into the lava. But the plan, if I now switch over to full webcam view, as you may just about be able to decipher from this, is to have a path that Mousey has to navigate, and a route that Meowsey tracks Mousey along. So that's the next thing to do. Ollie says, Dom, you also need to turn one of those paws around. Yeah, I'm not worrying too much about how Meowsey looks right now. I just did that so that I remembered that we don't need two textures, as was pointed out in the Meowsey thread. Or in the Mousey's Dev Days thread. Okay. So, first things first, this area needs to be longer for sure. Probably double the width we have currently. And we may as well connect up these textures now. Whoops. Elise says, please make Meowsey thread. Okay, so it's a straight line right now. Nintenvlog says, how do you connect a texture to multiple objects? I can never do that. You have to drag from the objects you want to connect it to, rather than the other way around. I always do it the wrong way first try. Foxy says, we already have a location sensor on Mousey, which is good, we'll be able to reuse it. Yep, so whatever system we use for Meowsey can use the location data from Mousey, with an offset, I guess. Oh, Bori very helpfully just posted a comparison image of with and without world node on, and it looks like the only difference really is the placement of the shadows. So the shadows in the world node on version are offset slightly to the top left corner, whereas in the no world version they are kind of offset north of the image. Alright, so right now this is a straight line. Should we get Meowsey tracking Mousey with an offset first, and then deal with the level design? So, is it going to be an angle to... No. It's going to be... Oh, it's going to be that the location sensor feeds into whatever the rail, the movement rail that we have from Meowsey, I guess? So, right now, Mousey travels along this X slide. Would it make sense if we... Hey, Chalupa. Would it make sense if we moved Meowsey's movement over to another UFO? And then just input into the Z and the X axis, or Z and the X inputs for that, rather than doing like a rail system? Oh, a free slide, right, yeah, I forgot that free slides exist. Yeah, man, I always forget free slides are a thing. There's the one, isn't it? I connected them to the same thing. Okay. So that goes into the X now. Disco says, if Meowsey follows Mousey like that though, Mousey will always be centered on Meowsey and unable to be punched. I was imagining that we would need to use some kind of randomization, so the offset always shifts. So yeah, like Meowsey would lock onto Mousey's position with the offset, the Z-axis offset, so he's not right on top of him, and then there would be some degree of random for the X offset. Okay, let's just check that still works. It does. Oh, interesting. I guess it's changed the rate slightly. Alright, so now we actually want the... Can we connect the free slide? Oh yeah, free sliders don't have a range. Well, that's not going to matter, right? Because it's going to be... Wait, can the... How do we feed this? Oh, we're feeding it from here, aren't we? Might be important to have a range, though. Meowsey will follow Mousey anywhere right now. Suppose we could trigger a flag when you go through the teleporter? Disco always wants to box people in. Can't we just have it so that there's a flag from the teleporter, though? So we definitely reckon a free slide rather than using a UFO would be the preferable way. Multiply Mousey's X and Z position by the flag. Oh! Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit more block out while we wait. Because right now Meowsey is at position 0. Oh, nice. Zaylin, it's funny that you mentioned that. So Zaylin in chat just said, the second level, the door is broken. You don't need to eat any cheese for that door. And the second one is I can't eat burnt cheese. I know about the burnt cheese one, and I forgot that I'd fixed the door. I believe the door is fixed now. Let's see. Yeah. Thank you, though. Alright, let's see what chat's saying. There's going to be a problem, says Voxy, because right now, Mousey is at position 0. If you just feed it the coordinates from Mousey, because Mousey's position is 0, right, there's a difference between Mousey's position 0 and Meowsey's, because Mousey uses world coordinates and free sliders don't. Right. Odolly says, another thing is that the lava in level 3 doesn't bad day. We know that, yeah. It was mostly for testing purposes, and also because we may be migrating to a slightly different lava system. And I didn't want to spend time doing that if we were changing it. This one does bad day, but these ones don't. I'll add that to the to-do list, though. What if Meowsey just rotated instead of moving? Oh, that's a nice solution. So the path maybe wraps around Meowsey. We'd probably end up needing more node on for the environment, because right now it's wide enough that you would only need a few node on here. And a few node on the back wall for the, you know, the perimeter of the space. And I guess if we were wrapping around, we would need some behind Meowsey as well, but I wouldn't be able to estimate whether it would be cheaper or not. Disco says, what if we had to pick Meowsey and spin him by the tail and toss him into the bombs on the outside of the arena? That sounds very original. Hey W. Yeah, let's have a spinning Meowsey. Be kind of cool if, guess we're gonna have to use 2 lava here. Be kind of cool if at the end the button that you press is like above Mousey Meowsey as well, so you would see Meowsey when you defeat him. So instead of sliding back and forth, Mousey will rotate within this area. Worth a try. So, I guess it will introduce some weirdness with Mousey's appearance again. Because I'm guessing at some point you will see Mousey's body if you can go up. Or position shifted slightly, that's what's good. If Mousey had to travel along this path, up here, and press a button. Maybe. Oh, I suppose something... Let's see. So if Meowsey's always rotating to face you, then you come up here. And maybe the range is such that you wouldn't ever see a part of Meowsey that you're not meant to. W says, wait, there are people playing Mousey's Cheese Maze right now at this moment. Yeah, we've had some development versions out in the wild the last few days for people to do bug testing and try out ideas on. The links to those are in the Mousey's Dev Days thread on the Discord. Yeah, Disco says, okay, so like the bottom of Meowsey could be an invisible rotating cylinder that always attaches itself towards Mousey. And then there could be a second cylinder on top of that that rotates about 30 degrees left and right. That's a nice solution, so you've got that randomness still, even with the, even having it rotate, not track. Alright, let's get rid of the left and right movement on Meowsey. So long free slide. Now let me put this here so I know that that's what I want to be connecting to. Oh. Bye, Meowsey. Change the box to a cylinder, and then do we need a rotating... Oh, I suppose that can stay as a box, right? Doesn't actually matter, because the rotating thing is this cylinder. Foxy says to have him rotate to track Mousey, Meowsey will need his own location sensor. Huh. He won't just need the info from Meowsey's location sensor? Oh, I can imagine why that wouldn't be the case. Okay, let's undo some of this nonsense. To track Mousey's position and rotation, give Mousey his own location sensor. Where are sensors? There we go. Location sensor? Calculate Mousey's X position minus Meowsey's X position. Calculate Mousey's Z position minus Meowsey's Z position. Feed the results into the position to angle node on. Invert the results. Feed the inverted results into a Y hinge connector. In case you're wondering why we have to do all that, and I'm going to say this out loud because I'm sure there will be other people in chat who are curious too, it's because the position to angle node on compares the coordinates you feed it with the world origin, which is at 0, 0. But since Meowsey's coordinates aren't at 0, 0, that wouldn't work. It's like a local coordinate rather than the world coordinates. Hence why we need to do the math. Got it. Okay. I'm just going to check with chat. W, it's in the help and tutorials channel. It's a pin. Oh, it's not pinned. Let me pin it for you in help and tutorials. But there is a way of seeing threads at the top, but just to make it easier, I'll pin it. Oh, you can't pin threads. Alright, just check the thread button at the top of help and tutorials. Zaylin says, you made it where you can't move in the title screen, but you can dash out of the title screen by pressing B. Yep, we are aware of it. It needs to be fixed. Yeah, I still remember Latrico Top Hat. Right, so we need this one. And we need to calculate Mousey's position minus Meowsey's position. Is it literally the minus calculator? So I'm going to drag this up here while we're doing this work and then back down so I don't have to do the super slow-mo spaghetti stretching. I don't think we need a minimap for this. Nintendo Vlogs. It's so linear. I love mini-maps in games, but yeah, I don't think we would necessarily need to. Do we need a calculator for each the X, Y, and... each the X and the Z? I'm guessing so, right? Because we need to feed it into the 2 ports. That way around? And from the... And then connect the Y hinge to the object, right? Which needs to be connected to an anchor, I guess. Man, I always forget what the order of... I'm gonna have to copy this. So, you have the actual thing connected to the box, which is connected to... object. That one's the object. Just start with the cylinder first, then we can stack the other objects on top. Okay. And is that a, that's a rotating object, isn't it? Oh wait, we won't be able to stretch it. We won't be able to proportionally stretch it. Good. That is tracking, but it's tracking the inverse, isn't it? Oh no. No, 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 there's some kind of limit on the range. Cylinder won't need textures, it will be an invisible base for the rest of the model. Got it. Well, now it's invisible. We can't see it, obviously. Not a rotating cylinder, it needs to be a hinge. Oh! Oh, we already have the hinge, right? Oh yeah, I'm duplicating things. Rotating cylinder accepts rotation speed, not an actual angle. Ah, so we have to use this hinge connector. So, in that case, take a moment. Got to attach Mousey's body to the hinge. And attach the hinge to the anchor. Right, that was the bit I was missing. Mousey's wearing a top hat. I think I got the connections backwards. I need like a little little mnemonic or something to remember the correct order of connecting things to objects. That way around? Top of the hinge attaches to the thing that will be moving. Right. Nice. Okay, so that is correct. But this needs to be movable. There we go. Thank you, Disco. Was this not locked? Right, I had him backwards. Yeah, that's a start. We'll do a center-center connection point on this. Okay, height is good. We have some movement. We need to adjust the hinge, I guess. Why is it? Yeah, that's... A Y hinge is correct, right? Oh, did I get the axis wrong? The X and the Z? Because that is rotating on the horizontal. But not at all on the vertical. North to south. It is a Y hinge, yeah. The other sensor is not connected. Oh! Oh! Wow, thank you, Sana. I can't believe it was working at all. There we go. Mousey does not want to, Mousey does not want to look at Mousey. Meowsey, even. Man, I shouldn't have named them so similarly. I get it wrong every time. That's fantastic, though. Man, Meowsey kicks. I love this. No eye contact. So it's offset by 45 degrees, right? Can I just do this in here? On the Y? No, not 45. Box is a 90, of course, yeah. But it is minus, okay. There we go. Gesticulating threateningly at Mousey. Doing a funky dance of encouragement for Mousey. Breakfast Face says his strength comes from his days as a staple remover. That's true. Okay. Let's make this invisible. And this invisible. The game, Boris says the game is now trying to touch Mousey's hands. Hey John, can see. Okay, so Disco says, and then now we need to have like a counter bouncing back and forth by plus minus 45 degrees or something, so he sways left and right while punching. So that's our little bit of variation. Right, so I was just replying on Discord. Let's... Let's do this then. So we're going to get a counter in. And it's going to be set to bounce. Do this. And then we just want it to hook into like an existing constant, right? I already can do some constant maths if we need to. Let's just put this 1.5 in for now. Okay. And then we're going to send that into what the they have to go into both of both the horizontal and the Oh, can it hook into after the inversion? Yes, it looks like it can. Oh! I got super launched. That's cool. I feel like Mousey is so accurate now though. Alley-oop. Alright, so 45 is a lot. 45 is a lot. John says, certainly intimidating. Really is. 25? And we also need to make the arena the correct width so that there's no kind of cheese spots. Yeah, so when you stay still, you still get the back and forth on Meowsy. Meowsy cannot reach you here, but can here. Make the arena a cylinder, maybe, says Disco. Ooh, that will make, Ah, you mean the bit underneath him, rather than the whole room? No, I think having it as a bridge, but then just making sure that the positions are correct would be the way to go. That was the biggest a single one could be, I think, yeah. Alright, let's tweak this. I think it's not going to take much. Four, five, 6, 6.5. That's not right. I guess we don't want to be able to get hit right at the beginning here, right? Oh, it's cruel going up this way though. Maybe Meowsy... Oh, you know what? How feasible would it be to teleport Meowsy around the stage? Like this setup. Could we just have Meowsy teleport? We keep this as a horizontally scrolling stage that you navigate through, and we teleport Meowsy into the spots. Oh wow, we're at the top of the hour. We can node on check. This might be a grim node on check. $493, $512. So at 2000 hours UTC on Dev Days 4, we are at 493. Zaylin says the Ratty Easter egg only shows up half the time and the other time it doesn't show up. Zaylin, I believe that's also already been fixed since the version you're playing. Hey Inferno. Oh, you want Mousey to move away and surge back from the other side? Yeah, I guess so. I'm just trying to think of ways to make it a little bit fairer, but also a little bit more exciting. So I guess, I don't know, I'm just really spitballing here, but like, right now we have a rectangle, don't we? That is the lava bed. Sorry, I have to lean over so much to draw here. So what if we did the kind of winding path through the stage again that we originally talked about? Do it like that. Like a worm-shaped path. And Meowsy can be here, here, and here, based on your location. I don't know though. Maybe that's going to cause more problems than we can handle. Disco says, I think the teleport is fine, Dom. Just make sure the cat is off screen when he teleports. Yeah, so maybe if there's like a point here where you trigger the sensor, the touch sensor that moves Meowsy, you'll already be out of screen. Yeah, we can have a touch sensor. Yeah, trigger the teleport at each hallway. Yeah, yeah. That sounds reasonable, right? No, I'm kind of just thinking on the fly. I don't. I'm coming into this section without a plan, but to be fair, kind of how every bit so far has been. Foxy says, I hope there's enough teleport IDs left. There should be, because we've got all of our teleports in now that we need, and we're only up to D. And the only other one we've used is H, out of sequence. More than 6, I think. 8, yeah. So we've used H already, so we've got 3 left. That's actually ideal. Hey Renz, good to see you. I know what we need to consider as well. Yeah, we're working on the Meowsy fight at the moment. Oh, hang on. I know what's making this harder than it needs to be. Got a funky offset. There we go. Okay. So maybe we just do 2 positions for Mousey, and we'll signify the move with a sound effect. Intent Vlog says, are you planning on doing textures today? We'll see how we get on. My plan is to just do as much as possible. Hey, Abe. So then, like, here, I guess will be the touch sensor. And then here will be the button. He still... Oh, he can. I was about to say he really can't get you here, but he can. Yeah, the middle is a breathing space. I'm thinking with the shape that we've got here, maybe we could have it so you come in on the left-hand side. And there is something you can't access over here. Like a button or a room or something. So you have to go through here, avoiding Mousey, who teleports over here when you get to this section. And then you press the button here, and then you have to travel back to the room or the button that is now accessible to finish it. Hey, Random Cube. Welcome to the stream. That honestly sounds right to me. Okay, so let's do the touch sensor. And let's hook that up for testing purposes to the Mousey noise. Oh man, I cannot get past. Oh, the touch sensor is looking for boxes, isn't it? Right. Is the random still working on that? Yeah, seems to be. Odd Ollie says, since when was Meowsy a cow? I feel like that range needs changing a little bit later. It's always too deep. I'd like some of them to be kind of deep, but every single one was too deep there. Hey McLaughlin, we are not playing viewers games today, we are building a game. We did play some viewers games yesterday, so if you'd like to check those out, there is a VOD of that, but we normally do them on Saturdays. Okay. The next thing is the teleporter. Oh man. We're gonna have to have both sets of teleporters stacked on top of each other because you can't go back through the other side of a teleporter, right? Disco says, this concept has promise, I'm starting to see it. I'm glad you can, Disco, I'm still unsure. Carrie says, how do you teleport stuff? I'll show you now. So, there's a teleport object entrance here that I'm going to map to E, and we're going to have it only teleport boxes, I suppose. And then we're going to connect that to the UFO's touch sensor that we have here. And we're going to put a... whoops. Oh man, wrong button. We're going to put a teleport object exit. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Run a bit. Here. It'll teleport the lava. You might want to make Mousey a fancy object. Okay, good suggestion. Thank you, Voxy. As long as you make sure the entrance doesn't touch any other blocks. Okay, let's give that a go. Well, right now it wasn't going to do nothing. There we go. I can't even see where the other teleporter entrance or exit is. Let's give that a try. Yeah, I think differentiating it is a good idea anyway. There we go. We can only teleport one way currently, but it is working. Oh man, I think Mousey might be too tough here. Voxy loves Meowsey's face. I think we should keep the same sort of energy for our enemy, but maybe slightly less terrifying. I don't think I can beat this game. I don't think I will be able to beat Meowsey. It feels like there's almost... I mean, there is a pattern, but the fact that the pattern has the rotational aspect. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Lucian says, less terrifying or less dapper, I still see a scarf. I think the, like the red scarf and the red top hat, look is very fancy. slow him down a smidge. Let's keep going with the teleportation. So we've got a kind of working version that we can test and play test there and make tweaks from that. So now we're gonna need another teleport entrance. Which is... triggered here. Is this going to cause a problem? I feel like this might just endlessly teleport Mousey back and forth. I feel like we might need some kind of gate on this. Yeah, thought as much. So, is the change there just untouched, not wild touched? Or will we need to do some logic? We do get like a terrifying freak out from Mousey. I guess that's because the it's having to rapidly spin as it changes position. Like that's the angle to position doing the work, right? Based on the new values. Mousey. On touch and maybe a timer. I feel like we'll see it. We'll have an even better view of him if we do a timer though. Because we'll have moved forward. Most players would have been like over here by the... If there's a timer with a delay of any kind, you'll actually see the teleport itself maybe. Oh wait, we can... Can we not just connect up the existing paw? Why do we have a duplicate paw? Man, he really bats you around like a ball of string. Oh, rip Mousey. I think the paw is duplicated because of the box size. Right, yeah. Yeah, it is a different size, isn't it? Kitty likes to play, says John. Really does. Hey Chuck, good to see you. Alright. So, I'm gonna just quickly do a little bit more of the layout here. Now it's a striped scarf. Okay. And then for the time being, let's copy this box. So I guess when this is triggered, we will need to have a... Are we going to have a third teleport entrance on both positions, which teleports Mousey away? So like our H teleport that just destroys Mousey once this is triggered. Where's the H? Come on. Did I not put it here? Did. Alright, because nothing's hooked up to H, it will just destroy Mousey. Oh, we need two of these, don't we? I'm gonna put another track on after this works as well. Oh, I need to connect it, don't I? Oh, wait. Do I? Isn't it just anything that's inside the range of the teleporter? Hey, come on, let me touch the H. There we go. Oh, connecting it makes it easier so you don't have to keep moving it around. Okay. Ah. So then we just need one, right? I didn't know you could do that. That's great. Whoops. All right, let's try that. Bye, Meowsy. And 10 Vlog says, yeah, but they have different exits. Actually, the H teleport has no exit, so it just destroys Meowsy. We will need to put a flag on that so you don't hear any more meowing once Meowsy's destroyed. Lucien says, if Meowsy is a unique special object, then you can set it to teleport just that move, or teleport just that type of object. Yes, yeah. I think we will switch over Meowsy to be a fancy object. But actually it didn't cause any problems here. Currently. Let's throw this ugly button texture on there for now. Oh man. Alright, forget it. Oh, but now I can't go down. Meowsy's too good. Meowsy's way too good. Maybe we need that random up a little bit. Maybe we need to increase this again. Although maybe the randomness is actually part of what makes it so tough. Also, his range does need restricting because right now you can see his the ends of his paws. Yeah, good plan, Mousey. Turn Meowsy into a hippo fancy object. Alright, let's do it. Hippo. Now I guess we'll need to replicate the settings of this, right? So it's just movable and nothing else. What does it connect to? Right, and... location sensor. And the lower Z. And this is the lower Z, okay. You only have one input at a time on that? That's why it's not letting me... Okay, yeah. Okay, so... Hmm? Oh. There's still more connections to do, isn't there? And then that hinge. Got it. Oh, we're set. We're good. There we go. Now I think we can get rid of that. Nice. Looking cool, Mousey. Guess just for bug testing's sake, Mousey shouldn't be solid, right? Obviously, Mousey's paws need to be solid in order to bop Mousey. Mousey has sideburns. Odd Ollie says, wait, is he a cylinder? I think Fancy Object Hippo is treated as a cylinder. Hippo. Hippo. There it is. Wrong thing. Hippo. Don't need to change that actually. Hippo. Okay. Alright. So we should be now functional again. Poor Mousey. Oh, it's so brutal. That's not meant to happen. How come it doesn't teleport away his arms? Yeah, Nintendo Vlogs, we'll definitely add sound effects and stuff. We'll just have to get it working first, then we'll do all the nice stuff. Right, because this is only taking... It's only taking the body. That's funny, yeah, because if it was an actual teleporter, it would teleport everything, but it's destroying, isn't it? It's not really teleporting. So we'll just have this take the hippo and whatever we turn the arms into. So if we replace the arms with... Oh wait, no, we need to leave those as moving objects, don't we? I guess we're gonna have to turn Box back on here. Oh, but now it will have to be big too, because currently it's not. Ooh, this is now potentially gonna cause problems, because it might blow up the path too, right? Maybe that'll do. So it didn't that time, and it seems like the paws got teleported. Disco says, "Oh, you could manually position the teleporter again, but then we would need two, one for each of the two positions." Oh wait, no, because the player would never be over here. Oh, chat, you know what? What if... What if... we went for... same setup we have currently with Mousey. But... do I want to do this? I'm just wondering whether we turn this into a little bit more of a traditional boss fight by having... launchable things here that you fire back at Mousey. I know I said before that, like, I liked the idea of it being some kind of remote battle, like Mousey doesn't directly attack Mousey. So all of the setup that we've got currently for the teleports would work still. And the paw mechanic would work still. Although... could have buttons at each checkpoint that flush Mousey down in a lava whirlpool. That remains all lava. Tenvlog says it is more unique. This old one, I guess, in Tenvlog is referred. This, as it is right now, with just the single button press, I don't like it. I guess we should get rid of that lava here. Although if... I'm gonna try this as a box. Disco says, oh, sorry. Thank you, Nintendo Vlogs. Disco says, each touch sensor changes a lava texture to a whirlpool. That way, when the cat teleports, it looks like he's going under lava. I really like that, Disco. I think we'll get the actual mechanic down here first. And then we'll kind of make it feel right with touches like that. But I love that suggestion. Yeah, Smash highlights. That's partly why I was saying, okay, so Mousey can't reach you here. Yeah, that doesn't work at all. John David says, I like the idea, but it might mean more Mousey dev days. I mean, we're not gonna be done today, for sure. So I don't think that should limit us. Yeah, so the suction thing that everyone's talking about now, that was part of the reason why I was thinking this fight would be better than the one we've got currently. Because the more direct conflict with Mousey would perhaps require you to like go over here to press a button that drops the launchables into the space. Or drop more launchables into the space, perhaps. So Mousey inhales like yawn balls or whatever it is, right? Rather than cheese, something inedible. And then launches them back out. Roxy says, feels a bit strange to introduce a spitting mechanic in the boss fight, to be honest. Which is why when we saw the wonderful demonstration of the spitting that Jinjo made, I said, I love this, but I don't think we'll manage to fit it in because I didn't want it to only appear in a boss fight. Which is exactly what we're talking about now. Sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Oof, muted just in time. I don't know. Maybe we could rework one of the obstacles into something that utilizes spitting. Yeah, I mean, maybe the... Right, let's just have a little run through and think, right? There's basically just many paths that we could take now. This guy says IDK, the spitting was like your original vision. Like way back, but it's not, you know, it's not original. It was just very Kirby-esque. There's so many things that were kind of planned along the way. too much music. Let me turn off the DIY music. So the first stage introduces sucking up the cheese, okay? And movement. And the idea of a hazard in a way that isn't especially hazardous. And hints at Mousey, I guess. Right now, the second stage is just an extension of that. We eat more cheese, and we have a more deadly hazard. On top of that, we also have a poison cheese, which does nothing right now. That would be fine if we replicated the poison cheese later on. Perhaps it comes back in the boss fight. But right now, the poison cheese is just here and is never linked into any other aspect of the game. The third stage introduces using the suck mechanic to move things that are not cheese. And also... Oh, we lost the sprite on the wall there. And also the idea of pressable buttons. So there's not really much progression after the first stage in terms of the obstacles. Or not necessarily even obstacles, in terms of the interactions. That's what I mean to say. Oops. Maybe replacing either the poison cheese or the bridge with something that utilizes spitting. Yeah. So I would like the idea that maybe in the third stage, the poison cheese returns as something that you can accidentally suck up in the frantic moments in the boss fight, right? So like maybe every time you spawn in more projectiles, one of them's a poison cheese. That could really mess up your run. So maybe we keep the poison cheese there as a safe introduction to it. But also here, before the bridge, what if we just had one throwable that you have to throw to trigger a button that moves a wall out of the way? So then we've introduced throwing in this stage. The other alternative is that our boss fight requires you to use suction of a movable platform. So the movable platform that we introduce in stage 2 is really not used again. And perhaps that could be a key component in the final stage. Like you have to breathe in something to lock something into place, or rather than it being a button. Honestly, I kind of feel that way about this button up here. That way we don't even need to introduce the spitting. There doesn't need to be any spitting. We're really leaning into the idea of using the sucking power to vacuum in things that are not cheese. I'm gonna do another run through because that was useful for me to think about what I've actually introduced so far. I skipped the check for the music, by the way, so we can just have a little bit of quiet while we think. Spring pad is a good point. So I'm going to make a note of all of these. So we've got um, poison cheese currently. Got movable bricks. We've got bounce pad. And we've got potentially, so it's not in yet, but we've got what do we call it? Spitting. Like, I'm gonna call it spitting because it's the only thing I can think of right now, but you know what I mean. Exhaling an item. These three are already introduced technically, but all three of these only appear once. They only appear once. So repeating them to kind of reinforce their uses is kind of essential, really, because we can't justify any of these to the player, or we can't even kind of instill the interactions that you face with them. So poison cheese is a hazard. And somebody was asking what poison cheese does. It inverts movement for a delayed or for a period of time. Movable bricks are platforms. There's like technically puzzle elements to this, puzzle potential out of this, but also it's just a way of slowing down progression. And then there's the bounce pads, which are also platforms, which, you know, allow us to get to heights that we couldn't normally, pretty obvious. Then spitting, which hasn't been introduced, would be an offensive weapon attack, and lets us expand upon the existing suction power. Nintendo Vlog says maybe have a bounce pad that launches Mousey into somewhere you can exhale a brick onto him. Dallas is thinking you could use a bounce pad in the final boss battle. Yeah, I think bounce pad would be fun. Let me just read through chat. Smash says, how about a cannon which you inhale and redirect it? That's a cool idea. Hey, Pedro. Okay. So... I might flick it back to the webcam. Most likely Tuesday, Plied. So one of the issues with suction as an attack is that the range is very small, intentionally so, because here, we only want to be able to suction in, things a little bit further than that. That's right on the edge of the range. And we don't want to be able to suck cheese in miles away from it. We kind of only want it to be in the range that we can see and a little bit less. And if we're doing an attack where you can use suction to knock something onto Meowsey, Meowsey is a greater distance in width than Mousey's suction radius. So if like the thing that you drag on top of Meowsey is behind Meowsey, Mousey will not be able to reach that. So it would have to be a little bit more ingenious a setup than that. I like the idea of bouncing up somewhere. But then if we bounce up somewhere... Oh, you know what we could do? You know what we could do? Okay. So Meowsey is down on the ground floor. And we still have that weird sort of inverted T shape area. And the 2 teleport positions. Position 1, position 2. In the middle here is the bounce pad. Spawn in over here. And there's a something you need to trigger here. Right? Raised up. It's a very complex space now, though. Let's just talk through the idea, and maybe somebody can think of a streamlined version from that. So this area is higher than this. So I'm going to check through this so you can see that it's lower. So Mousey... Sorry, it keeps going out of frame. Mousey can travel up this bounce pad. Here. And then uses suction to like pull a plunger. Which drops something onto Mousey. Feels like kind of too many steps. Oh, there would be one on each side, by the way. So you'd have to do it twice. But it seems like too many steps to cram in, certainly with the number of nodon we have. Certainly with the number of stages that we've actually implemented. Reading through chat now. This because there's not too many steps. We have like 30 nodon spare. I love the reintroduction of the bounce pad. Let's give this a go. Let's just block this out. Let me switch over. Have a bit of music. Oh yeah, Smash, that's a nice idea. The plungers are pointing inwards rather than having to wrap around. Yeah, that's a good shout. Discus says you can have an anvil spawn above the camera after the lever is sucked. I like that too, yeah. Smash thinks the general concept is really cool. Okay, let's start blocking out. Thanks for bearing with me while I thought that through. Oh wait, hang on. Guess this should still be narrow. Mr. O, I'll show you shortly. We're just actually revising the boss slightly, so it might be a little bit funky, but you'll definitely get a chance to see very soon. Oh, I totally have an idea here. Totally have an idea here. So. I'm going to copy all this for the second, just while we're brainstorming. Hinge and smoke effect. Chalupa was definitely here. I'm not sure if Chalupa's still here, Mr. O. Random generator code says backup time. Yeah, we should do a backup after this. As in, like, in a second. Let me just drag Mousey over here. Okay, so the teleporter being there is obviously a problem. The touch sensor even. It will need to be down here. Pedro says, how about make coins as cheese? Yeah, we technically kind of have them as pickups, because they gate progression. Okay. Bear with me a sec, chat. There's our 512. Alright, let's go back and save this. Nintendo Vlog says, Dom, the bounce pad isn't accessible because it's past the lava, make it closer. Nintendo Vlogs, I have to go one step at a time. You'll see what my thinking is here. Oh, did the, Oh, Mousey's hitting that box. Okay. Right. Hmm. No, Disco, I had an idea of having the draggable platform. I was using this as a block for the draggable platform again. That's why it's raised like that. But now we've hit the limits, so it's a little bit hard to do the brainstorming. Get rid of this. Let's get rid of this box for a minute. And this button will do something else now. Get rid of the duplicate paw texture. Okay. Just leave it like that for now. Okay, so I'm just doing a little bit of a tweak of the level layout currently. Foxy says, lol, whenever I look up from my Switch, everything's changed. Yeah, we're kind of rapidly iterating at the moment. Okay. So, oh no. Sorry. First of all, can Mousey drag this from here? I think it spawned in at the wrong height. Oh, that's the lava block, isn't it? That's why. Nintenvlog says, Dom, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just, sorry, I was like so focused on trying this out. I'm definitely in like tunnel vision on trying to get this done. And I saw that chat were happily chatting away about cats wearing hats. I was in the zone, Mr. Ray, that's right. I think this shape might be... The shape of the arena that we have might be a little bit messy in terms of trying to fit all of this in. We're max node on now. Let me just take a look at what Disco said. The teleporters at the beginning aren't necessary. You can move Mousey to the start in the beginning cheese hole along with the location sensor and the title card. If you get rid of the thumbnail and the nodons attached to it, you can save 3 more nodon and just use the left half of the title screen as the thumbnail. Yeah. I guess realistically... Oh, let's get rid of these. I'm definitely not attached to these wood textures. I guess realistically... I know that those things have to go, but I don't really want to do it right now. The title screen change. Because I think we'll be down that rabbit hole for a good while. And I kind of want to finish the thought here if I can just scrape by in the jankiest way possible. Okay, so I'm... just tweaking things a little bit so I can get a sense of whether this works. Although... none of this is final, so don't get too worried about the visuals of it. Oh man, I don't know why I'm having such trouble tweaking the size on this one. Feels like every time I move it, it's still off by a little bit. Height's still wrong. Oh, I see. Okay. That's fine. Smash Highlight says, that block could do with some nice wood texture. The wood texture ship has sailed. Okay. Do I have even one block left? I do not. I might kill this button for the moment. Or remake it if we need it. Breakfast Face says, have you deleted the wormholes? Not yet. That would be a good next thing to do. Like I say, I just want to finish this thought if I can manage it, even in the most janky way. I'm moving the wrong thing, aren't I? The height of this, right? Okay. Why does that keep spawning in too high? Oh, the connection points. Y minus Y plus, of course. Oh. Oh, Y minus Y plus. So is this just too high? 1.60. Yo, why does it seem like nothing's affecting the Y height on this? I just did both of these, didn't I? Oh, it's spawning inside another block. That makes sense, yeah, yeah. Great shout, Alex. Okay, so for now we're gonna have to have funky lava. Just to test this. So this lava is going to be weird and bad. That block won't fall away. But yes, that works. So we can pull the camera up here if we need to. You almost certainly will. And then you inhale the thing that drops the brick. Okay. Okay, so let's get rid of this stuff for a second. Vlog says, but the punching is pointless then. Well, we've got to do one thing at a time. I wish it was possible to fix all of the different aspects simultaneously, because that would obviously make the process way easier to visualize. But with things like this, they're sort of simultaneously chronological in the fact that you have to do one piece at a time, but they're also they're not linear, because you might kind of do one aspect that is here and one aspect that is here, and they kind of slot into place, and they either build a big picture that makes sense or they don't, and it's just trial and error. So yeah, I wish all the components that we've got immediately slotted in, but we'll get there. It'll be step by step. Just the meow, so we don't need to worry about that right now. Oh, I've got the trigger wrong, but... I'm wondering whether we need to sort of turn this on its side. So instead of left and right, it's up and down. Alright. Let's move on to something else for a little bit. We'll come back to this. I'm gonna look at the to-do list. Might also just give us a couple node on back to work with. Otherwise, I think we won't be able to have we won't be able to solve any problems. So let's get rid of that one and this one. Just for now. Alright. So I'm just reading through the list. I'm trying to see what I first want to address. So is the thumbnail showing now? Forget. Oh, it's not because we moved the location sensor, didn't we? We now move back. Cool. So I'm just taking a moment to cross off a few of the things that we have done from the list. One at a time. Okay. What else? Removal of some node on, then is probably the next course of action. And I'm going to go check out Disco's suggestions here in the thread. So we've already done the duplicate cat paw. The teleporters at the beginning aren't necessary. You can move Mousey to the start. To start in the beginning cheese hole along with the location sensor on the title card. Yeah. So let's do that. So Mousey's start point will be up here. Which will then mean we don't need this teleporter anymore. Along with these. Aligning all these objects on top of each other will be a bit tricky. Yeah. It definitely will. Just check if that works to begin with. So yeah, because that vanishes instantly, doesn't it? Ah, wait, whatever we use to break the... to prevent the title screen stuff is getting... is tied to the teleport. So I knew title screen we would need a new title screen lock thing. We did that. I need to turn this off because I don't know whether that's original music. Go. Not that one. It's not about the title screen visibility disco, it's about the, the locking of the controls, so you can't move during the title screen. This is preventing left stick movement and A button movement. Oh wait, no, apologies, yeah. This won't be affected at all. Because it's nothing to do with the teleporter. Sorry, I got confused that there was an A wormhole exit there with it being a teleporter. Yeah, it's completely unrelated. So if I get rid of that, oops, just that, then the title screen won't go away. So we'll need to connect it up to the same. We'll need to connect it up to a knot that is activated once the flag. Yes, perfect. Yeah. I think I'm following. So it won't go away right now. But it will still prevent movement until A is pressed. Except for dash, which we know is already a problem. So can I feed just directly out of the... out of the knot here? Oh, well then, I guess it's an inverter? Node on count's not great, Rens. We're just in the process of streamlining a few. Where is it? I feel like I'm... There we go. Yeah, is there a knot or inverse connected to the flag already? There's not, no. Or at least, not that I'm aware of. Arch says, do B button press and A button press flag. Thanks, Renz. Yeah, I hope so too. They are not connected to the A button though. Let's see. There is one here, yeah. There is one here. Just gonna read Archer's comment again. Do B button press and A button press flag. Is this for blocking the dash on the title screen, Arch? If that not triggers a flag, we could use it. It doesn't currently, but I could add one. But I suppose it wouldn't. It would be just the same number of node on, I believe, as doing it up here. That was in response to Disco, by the way. I'm of course happy to do it whichever way you feel is more suited, Disco. But I think it's going to be one extra one. Well, Arj, we were talking about neither actually at the moment. We're getting rid of the title screen, but I would love to know dashing on the menu. But I thought. I honestly thought we had. Some system previously that's just broken. Top Hat posted a code in the thread. I'll take a look at that shortly. I just want to finish this train of thought first. Because right now we're getting rid of the visibility of the title screen. There is a flag and a knot, but this is on... Oh, this is on start stuff for the... Man, we use a lot for the launch of the game, huh? I think we have a 7.5 constant as well somewhere. I'm gonna get rid of that wormhole. Have it go into the A. One. There are actually many more using A wormholes. I don't think there is, honestly. This is. And if there's nothing more, we can delete that wormhole entrance there. Hey Chalupa, we're at max node on because of the brainstorming that we've been doing around the boss fight. So we're just streamlining as much as possible. I'm currently looking for things that could possibly use the A wormhole currently, but I don't think there's anything more. Max node on, but the reason we're at max node on was because we were doing lots of unoptimized stuff here while planning. Yeah, I think that's the last thing that uses an A wormhole. Let's delete it and try. Nothing seems to be broken. Okay. So that's all of the A wormholes done, which is good. We can probably do some more later, but I'm going to go check out Top Hat's code now. Head back out. So Top Hat says, I seen a glitch, I solved it. There's a glitch when you dash and go forward to move. Okay. I think that's referring to the title screen, so we'll just double check. Need to pause the music for a second. CB4 115. Chalupa says, controversial idea. Do we need the title screen when we have this thumbnail? We don't need it, but I think there are still things we can cut back first before we cut features. We're kind of at that stage of cutting things back right now, I think. Okay, so this is Top Hat's creation called Title Screen Problem Solved. So I can no longer dash on the title screen, which was something that we previously had and then got broken again. So, Top Hat has the solution here, which is into the sprint setup. We have a calculator with the B button, A button, and a flag. So that was what Arch was saying a little bit earlier. But beautifully laid out. So, oops. Let's just take a picture of this. And we'll throw this into our code. Top Hat, thank you very much. It's super easy to see it once it's laid out like this, so I really, really appreciate that. So, this is the dash here. So instead of going directly into that bottom port, we'll need a calculator. The B button goes into, and a flag. Which goes into the bottom input, and the A goes into the top. Now I break this connection from there, and we take that down to the second input. There we go. Working beautifully. Thanks again, Top Hat. We now have our title screen lock working again. including the B button, which was the big issue before. Nice. So we've used a couple of extra node on there, but at least we are now a little bit closer to having a functional title screen. Because it was a long-standing issue that we could do both at once. Not ideal. So let me cross that off the list. And thanks to Top Hat for that, and thanks to Arch who had suggested a similar fix for the same thing. So I can cross through that. One moment. Cool. Okay, alright. So let's continue on with our quest to strip back a few extra node on. First of all, we can get rid of this. This is our title screen toggle. We don't need the comment node on there. Ooh, ooh, can we repeat the stick node on here? Or are we already... Are we already repeating the stick? Have more stick node on than we need? Or do we just have the two? I honestly might make these ones a little bit bigger just so we know they're the real deal stick node on. So same with this B button too. Okay. That way we know there's one B, one L, and one up. And we've got our A here. Why I'm having such difficulty resizing objects today. Because I have made it kind of a non-standard size, but it's okay. Alright. There's our inputs, and any extra ones we'll need to get rid of. I don't believe there are any extra ones now. Got the duplicate Mousey texture here. Suppose if I spent a few minutes doing the shading on this one, we could get rid of that duplicate one there. The wormholes on the location center could be cut off if you still have them. On Mousey's? Don't think we have any wormholes on there now. Oh, we do! We do! Good shout, Disco. It's causing the little cursor in the middle there. Strange. CW, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, what are you? So, X and Z are going into this location sensor on there, which is stacked right down in here, which is going to be a pain. So funny that they're stretched out so far. Okay, so let's find... Chalupa says, hey Dom, have you ever naturally encountered the Handsome Mousey Easter egg in the title screen? No, I don't believe we have. And I think part of the reason for that is that they're exactly sharing texture space. So I think even though the chance is like 1 in 500, I think there's also that thing of like, they may not display correctly anyway. So they're completely bugged right now. So it lowers the threshold even further. It used to be 1 in 1000. I moved that down to 1 in 500. But then I think that makes it a lot worse still. So where is using the X and Z wormholes? Is anything actually utilizing that? Let's see. Oh, right, okay. It's the mini-map. Upright on the boss hinges. I think we dragged the boss hinges straight over. Yeah. Dragged all the way. It's just the mini-map. Okay. Well, this will take us a little while, but it's okay. It's the safest way to do it. Oh, I've just thought, is this going to only accept one input at a time? Oh no. Well, we're almost there now. Let's do it. Let's see. Slow-mo spaghetti stretching. Oh, there's a lot further to go than I realized. There we go. It only accepts one. That wasn't even the right thing. It's fine. We know where it needs to go. It needs to go into the map here. Almost there. Disco says drag from the map. I would be so scared that the we snap it onto the wrong thing or the wrong port. I'm gonna do it this way again. So there's our Z. And it needs to go into that map. Imagine if Dom missed. Oh no! That was exactly what I worried about. Okay, let's do it this way then. Let's see. There we go. Nice. That was a great shout, Disco. What is tea? Other than a delicious beverage. What is tea? It will only snap to things it can plug into. Of course, that makes sense. Yeah, nice. Good shout. Has anyone spotted a tea input? What kind of tea you drinking, Chalupa? Tea had something to do with updating the minimap every 2 frames. I think you're thinking of the animation system, which was P and S. Light says, "What is a tea? A miserable pile of secrets. But enough, Nodon, have at you." Decaf sweet tea. Like a sweet black tea? I'm sure I'm just overlooking it. Oh, is it something to do with the... No. Huh. There's a fun little Where's Wally kind of treasure hunt here. Do, do, do. Zaylin says you should make a series of games based on your Deep Space Adventures series. Zaylin, I don't know whether you've seen it already, but the Frog Paths of Fear demo is a kind of non-canon adventure in the Deep Space Adventures world. Or universe, at least. Man, I don't... Delete it and see if something breaks. Well, Disco, it's funny that you say that because this isn't working right now anyway. Hang on, let's think logistically or logically, excuse me, what this would be doing. So these are taking the X and Y of the location sensor, right? And alongside the bullseyes, it's being calculated into a map. I'm gonna look up in the chat because there would have been conversation about this setup, right? So either it never had anything connected to it, or I broke it along the way, which would make sense because the positional audio isn't working currently. But the positional audio was working before, so maybe I deleted that wormhole and never manually connected it up. Man, there's been a lot of discussion in the thread since yesterday. A little bit higher up from here. Hey, nice. Congrats, Chalupa. Okay, just a little bit higher, I think. Alright, so there's Arch explaining the marker node on minimap. So where's my message to Arch? That's what the T stood for, says Voxy. Taco Bell. Sorry, chat. This is way higher up than I thought it would be. This must have been something we did on day one. I literally cannot see it. I think T was a leftover from early development. Yeah, I mean, this system isn't working currently, so I think we aren't going to break anything anymore by getting rid of it, seeing as we can't find where the T is. Anyway. So we'll have to come back to this. I'm going to get rid of all three of these for the moment. Maybe you used wormholes attached to the lava touch sensors. That would make a lot of sense. But wait, I think this is... Yeah, that would make loads of sense, wouldn't it? T is title screen toggle, right? It might have been early, but not anymore. This is title screen toggle here. S, I guess. I think it must have been think it must have been at some point, Arch. That would make a lot of sense. And then we ditched it at some point. Especially seeing as it's got the flag here. I don't know. Let's leave it for now. Oh, is the S you just highlighted the duplicate S breaking the sound system? No, those are going into Voxy's setup here. So they are good and they are working as they should. S is like a legit wormhole at the moment. Same with P. We will need to cut these at some point, but for now they are good and all working, I think. Arch says, I think you start far enough away from the lava, so you should be fine without checking if the title screen is closed yet. Okay, let's give it a go. Like I say, there's something wrong with this positional system anyway. Like, as in it's offset since we moved things around. So let's get rid of it for now. I might do these wormholes now as well, because it will save us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 at least, node on. So I might just slowly go through this carefully. So it's from that middle map to there. Hang on, I'm going to double check. I really want to be sure. I know I literally just checked it. Okay. Let's do the rest of the S's. That's a P. It may be all the S's. In which case we can move on to the P. Okay, let's move on to the P then. So that's P. That's P from the timer into the bottom connection. Timer. Bottom port here. Cool. All right. Any other wormholes hanging around? Worming around on the programming screen. I will have to start organizing these clumps But also, I'm a little bit scared about moving too many things around at once in case I completely lose track of where anything is. Are we wormholeless now? I think we might be. Amazing. Okay, well, we are top of the hour, so I guess we should do a node-on check. Bearing in mind, we've got a real messy kind of scattershot thing going on here that's definitely eating more node-on than we should be. So let's see. Ooh, 490. We've got 12. No, sorry. We've got 22 left. Applied says, I wish you could zoom out more in GBG and that you could make objects bigger than 10 by 10 by 10 meters. It would make world making tons easier. I agree, Plied. I suppose my tip is make everything as small as you can bear for that particular game, but obviously that comes with its own problems. Zaylin asks, what's a few of your favorite games made by the viewers? Zaylin, there's so many, and they're so wonderful for so many different reasons that I couldn't and I wouldn't want to select, you know, a few as being my favorites. If you count the 10 blocks in the boss fight, we've got at least 30. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Okay, let's keep moving on. I think we've got a 75 somewhere. A constant. Maybe not. Also, maybe we can... Wait. I absolutely do not need more than one constant though on here, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I can just do this. Disco says we can now breathe, and Plied corrects Disco by saying, inhale. I'm gonna delete this. Somebody scream at me if for some reason this wouldn't work, but I'm pretty sure it would, right? Wait, Disco says no. Oh, Disco! That's the second time you've got me so good. You got me so good again. I was like hovering, waiting. There are two 1.5s. Where were the 1.5s that we spotted? There's one. There's one. Cool. Got so many node on. Man, I really want to implement the global lava system as well because it would save us so many node on. It's just to do with the UFO connections. I might need to go back in and examine Archer's test because, hey, Mr. O, good to see you. Things are going good. We're shaving some serious node on right now. Because I just don't think I have enough connections on my Mousey, but I don't know why. I don't know why Arch had more available. Wait, there's a 0.75. Oh no, that was the one that I was trying to compare. You know what? Maybe we could just get 0.70 by taking a 20 and a 50. Hey Barry, welcome back. Good to see you. So just an update for everybody. We have about 23 node on spare currently. Oh, there's a constant 1 there. Disco, this was not my idea. Combining constants is a genius suggestion from the community. Hey Random, no, we're cutting back on node on now, so we have a bit more to play with while we block out the boss fight. I think we have some 1s hanging around. If there's a 0.5, you can combine that with the 1 node on. We would need 2.5s for that, right? If you want to make a 1. But I guess we would have already cut. Hey, look! 2 1.5s here, right next to each other. Back banana. Wormholes are gone now, random generator codes. We are free of wormholes. There's a 0.5 node and you combine that with the 1.5, the 1 node on, and output that all to the right to the 1.5 spots. Yeah, gotcha. What is the max number of connections on a constant? Is it 8? Like everything else? Mustard says, Mamma mia, Dom sure makes some good pasta. Yeah, we're spaghettiing it up for sure. Renz, that is a wonderful suggestion. Renz says, wouldn't it be a good idea to line all the constant node on up next to each other for a better overview? Let's do that. Let's get them all. Mr. Rose says, Dom, that 30 can be changed for a map. Where was it? I'll find it. 0.5. 2. In fact, let's do the lining up so then when we're checking these, we'll have them all next to each other. And I'm also going to make them big so we can see the number from further away. Maybe doing them at the top would mean they get less in the way of other things. Well, right here we got 2 1s, so now what does that 1 go into? The top port. Let's keep moving across. There's one down here. What are you? 10. You can connect 16 things to a constant. That's very useful. Thank you, Disco, for the info. So, Bari, would this 10 also be changed for a map? I'm asking now, but we'll look into it shortly. I am enjoying this optimization very much. That's a little sneaky constant hiding here. 3.20. 3.2. I wonder whether that's also a 16 limit on counters, Chalupa. I can't say for sure, but... Any other constants hanging around? Oh, Bori, yeah, I just asked whether the 10 would also be something that you would change to a map, but I was asking in kind of a general way because we'll wrap back around to that once we've dragged all the constants up here. Ooh, that -2 might help us out a lot. Rensei, this time chat is allowed to backseat game. What do you mean, Rens? You've got the hands, all of you have got your hands on the steering wheel. Look at this array of constants. Okay. Bing, bing, bing. Where is that connected? Oof. Okay, so it's connected. The 0.20 is connected to the pitch down on the ha sound. Cool. I'm a little lost. Why do you need to convert them to maps? Oh, Bori, was that not your suggestion a little bit further up? I'm sorry for the confusion. I think looking through chat. What was the message that I saw that I misinterpreted then? Oh, it was... Sorry, Bori. It was Mr. O that said it. It was Mr. O, not Bori. That would be why you're confused. Chalupa, I'm going to assume that you're joking with that last message. Change the 0.75 constant to a 0.8. Add that to the 2 node on for everything that needs a 1. What is the 0.75? Oh, it's the menu music, right? Yeah, the speed on the menu music. Let's try it. Let's hear what it sounds like. Oops. Oh, we're triggering both themes there, so it's very hard to tell. I'm gonna leave that as 7.5 until we can test that properly. Because it might shift the pitch weirdly if we like 7.5 is there for pitch, and it might sound bad if we change that to an 8. But anyway, that brings me on to another issue, which is that we get both the menu music and the gameplay music playing at once right now. So let's continue with our constant search. Our constant search for constant node on. Another 2. Ooh, which goes into both the volume and the pitch here. You know what, I'm going to drag this down, connect it. No, yeah, Disco, it will sound really bad because it's 2 themes on top of each other right now. Dragging node on is so much faster than dragging connections, and I don't understand why it's like that. Sorry, just catching up with chat. Hey Voxy, so we're lining up all the constant node-ons and then getting rid of duplicates. Bori says, are the 2 connected all to pitch or volumes? Let's see. Oh yeah, I think they're all going to the same Mousey thing. Then use any constant higher than 2. Oh, Bori, I didn't even think of that. All I thought about was the fact that we didn't need multiple of these play sounds, but it's even better than that. We can just use anything higher than 2. Bori, what a great suggestion. So 2 is the maximum. And same again over here, so let's drag it. Wait, where was it? It's the crow sound, isn't it? Hmm? Hmm? I've lost it. Alright, there, down by the paw print. feels so nice knowing that each one of these is something we don't have to cut. Every single constant that we delete is something we don't have to cut. Okay, so nothing is connected to the 2 anymore. Nice, okay. Continue the search. There's a 30 up here. Right, so this is what Mr. O was saying could be changed for a map. So when the time is right, let's look into that. I'm looking to see whether we've got... No, we can't quite make 30 out of what we've got here yet. 0.12 or 0.12. There's something very Picross-esque about what we're doing right now. Weirdly. And it's not just because we're listening to the Picross music. Okay, I think we may be very close to the extent of our collection here. Oh, never mind. 1.5. Do we already have another one of those up there? Thanks for pointing that out, Dallas. I hadn't yet deleted it after shifting it across to this one. Right, that's another 2 to the crow here. Beautiful. But also we don't need multiple of these play sound crow animals anyway. So that's gonna save us like 3 extra note on there too. But I think we might be out of constants now. Although every time I say that, one more pops up. Yeah, Chalupa, do you have a specific suggestion for a song? Preferably one that I can run for a little bit of time, like an extended theme. But if you just tell me a name of the song, and I'll find the extended version. Okay, that looks like we are set now. I am going to back us out just so it saves. Oh, it says, I can't believe it's been 4 hours. I know, this has been slow going. But I think we're kind of in that part of it right now. Mario Paint BGM 3 is my favorite. Happy to oblige. I like it very much too. That's an ad. Okay, so Mr. O has mentioned about comparisons, so let's have a read of that once this track is ready. 2 ads on this one. Alright, so Mr. O says, okay, so it's simple. The map for the comparison with 30. There's our 30, and it goes into the comparison. Input 29 to 30, output 0 to 1 with range restriction, with basically all numbers below 30 count as 0. Input 29 to 30. Oh, so Mr. O, just so I know, so the reason that we would do this is because it would allow us to get rid of the constant and the counter and the comparison, is that right? We're going to focus on this specific process here for a moment. I'm going to change the settings. So input range 29 to 30. So essentially giving us the set amount there with output range 0 to 1 with range restriction on, with basically all numbers below 30. Yes, that means that all numbers below 30 will count as 0. You don't need that constant anymore. And change the comparison for the map. You put on that map the number that came from the counter. What is... Why is it a 0? Oh, this isn't even doing anything. This is in wait for this is an endgame condition. Which the endgame, man, okay. The endgame is not going to be tied to the number of breakables. So we don't need this at all. Look, it's a retry, it's a surprise, it's a party popper, it's a timer, it's a comparison. So Mr. O, thank you very much for explaining this, because I do understand it now, that replacing this combo and the constant with the map is a smarter way of doing it, a more streamlined way of doing it. But it's also very helpful because it's allowed me to see that none of this Boris says, so now you don't count cheeses. We do count cheese for progression, but cheese count won't be linked to the end game. And this is simply... This is simply endgame stuff. This was like back when I was like, okay, let's just make it so that when you eat 30 cheese, the game ends. Mr. O says, oh boy, I shaved more nodons without even knowing it. That's nice, lol. Thank you, Mr. O, and thank you very much for explaining the map. Nice. Oh, folks, we're only 20 minutes away from another nodon count, and it's gonna feel good. I'm gonna go around and do the crow sounds now. There's also repeated ha, I think. Okay. Oh, I can just follow these to find the duplicate crows, can't I? Such a funny sentence. So let's make this one the main crow sound. And then just find the duplicates and connect them up to... Connect this up to the touch sensor on the left. Oh, hang on. Oh, yes, Bori pointed out the multiple vibrations, which will... I'm going to keep them for now. So it's handheld mode and loose Joy-Con mode. I'm going to keep them for now, but maybe. Okay, back onto the old hunt for duplicate crows. There we go. So, we need the and from this, go into the play button on that crow. Nope, not that. There we go. And I think the last one's over here. Oh man, there's so many. There's so many from this. Ooh, Bari says, but remember, you have 4 vibrations. 2 for real vibration, and the other 2 just to make the bip. Yeah. We maybe don't need both the bip and the vibration. Foxy says, why are there so many crows? Your guess is as good as mine. My guess would be because I didn't consider the fact that you could just use a single sound to be triggered in multiple places. So every time I did the every time I copy and pasted the death effect, I just made a new crow. Crows are for when you Crows are for when you fall in the lava. Hey, Thomas. Uh-oh. Is that gonna happen? That's the A teleporter I deleted, right? Yep. We still needed that. No, it's not a bad one. Gumby, not really a title screen update. There we go. Okay. We're good. Man, this area is so messy now, though. Beautiful. The problem with this nightmare scenario of scraping the bottom of the barrel for a crumb of node on, debugging becomes such a nightmare. Yes, yeah, especially while it's as disorganized as this. Alright, you reckon it's time to go back to this? Let me just look at it. I need to kind of go over there and remind myself. Lava Mousey next. Oh. We technically can't do a node on check yet, Voxy. We're not meant to node on check until the top of the hour. Otherwise we'll be checking all the time. 10 minutes till node on check time. Oh man, this Mario BGM has ads in the middle of it. You were late last check. Well, that would mean we would have even longer to wait, Voxy, if we were doing it by that count. Whoops. I just changed over to a different version of the song, Chalupa. I think it will be less ad breaks. Okay, we're gonna look at this. Give us the numbers. No. No. Let's have a look at this. Then I'm gonna go for a drink break, and that'll take us up to the hour anyway. So right now, this area is wide. So wide that you can be in areas where Meowsy can't hit you. And also, even if Meowsy does hit you, it's not going to knock you... I was about to say it's not going to knock you into the lava, but Meowsy did manage to swipe and knock me into the lava. So this really has to be a bridge, doesn't it? It can't be a whole platform. Man, Meowsy is so cursed right now. gotta be bridge. Foxy says, it's not going to knock you into the lava, but it's going to knock you up to the stratosphere. That is true. Now, one new message in the thread. Okay, so wait, why is this? Oh, this can be longer. There we go. Sorry. Okay. I think the trigger will have to be like this. Okay, so that trigger's not working currently. And this has gone high again. Oh, right. Oh, right, yeah. Ah, that's why. Okay, I suppose we can just bring the lava down like this. Okay. It feels so unsettling with the lack of music and the low-pitched meows. Just silently clawing at Mousey. Okay. Thanks, Nintendo Vlogs. Wonder what we're gonna put here then, if there's not any lava. See you, random generator codes. Thanks for hanging out. Alright, we'll move this back to centered and duplicate it. Okay. Oh man, Mousey's so good. So in order... How did I manage to invert the positioning then? Oh, I guess because it will change position as many times as you go through it. I probably need 2 sensors, really. Okay, let's not worry about that right now. Okay, so what do we actually need? We need the thing up here that causes damage to Mousey. One on each side. And we need the camera to pull back so we can see what we're doing. I don't think this has actually given us any of those things we discussed, including in the boss fight, though, really. It's just given us the bounce pad, that's all. And I honestly feel like... where would it be? I honestly feel like this shape that we had with the bounce pad here would have been better than the bounce pad in the center. So it's currently up here, right? With a kind of bridge there. Where we had it before, so you have to travel all the way through past Mousey, onto the bounce pad, then up. Makes a lot more sense. Nintenvlog says you were going to do the suction block thing. I suppose we could do the suction block thing up here and out of the way of Mousey. Because down here, it was... it wasn't really fitting. We were trying to do too much in one location. Maybe once you're up, we do like a camera shift anyway. I think I want to do that. Yeah. I feel like it sort of has to be. Voxy says, can't wait for the Mousey's Cheese Maze official art book, complete with high-res scans of those sketches. Yeah, people are going to want to treasure these sketches for sure. Very, very, you know, unique views on the Mousey character. Alright, sorry everyone. We're having a rejig. Again. 60 seconds till node on check. Hey Kirby Super, we've been working on the boss fight, we've been streamlining our node on, and it's actually time now for our 2300 hours UTC node on check on Mousey's Dev Days 4. What node on count were we on earlier? Voxy said it was around... Well, we hit maximum. We hit 512. But before that, we were at 490-ish, apparently. So let's see where we are now. Ooh. I'm guessing we're at 595. Oh! Oh! I'm glad I was being pessimistic there because that was a nice surprise. This guy says, I think we're down to a single node on. We basically are. We basically are down to a single node on. That's wild. Yeah, so for like the last 3 days, we've been hovering at 485, and we're now below 480. Chalupa says 595. Did I say 595 by mistake? I meant. What did I mean? 495, I guess. Yeah, we were definitely at 595 node on. Okay, so folks, I'm gonna temper things a little bit by saying we basically will not be able to remove more than 15 more node on at best after this, I think. You know what I mean? Like the bounty of the optimization may have come and gone. It's going to be like really, really bottom of the barrel stuff, like repeating sounds and stuff like that. But the optimization has set us in good stead now for getting everything we need. And after that, it will be a case of stripping away things that we more feature relating things. Disco says we can breathe. Mr. O says, Dom, you have 30 node on. Go crazy, do a second phase. Let's get a phase. You're right. It's important to have a tea break every now and then. And you're flagging. Object node on, you know me so well. I'm gonna go get myself a brew. I'm gonna get myself a cuppa. Arch says, hey Dom, I found a neat feature you could add. It only costs at most 860 node on. Lay it on me, Arch. We got node ons for days. We got another 270 to spare. Alright. I will be back very shortly. I'm gonna get myself maybe a little snack and a drink for sure. Why not do the same yourself? Or not. Whatever floats your boat. That's cool gamer. That's not what I need. There we go. Catch you in a minute. Hey, chat, I'm back. So I decided I fancied some crisps, so I'm gonna be intermittently muting and unmuting and reading chat just for a minute as I eat these, because I think there'll be a lot of rustling and a lot of crunching, so I don't want to subject you to that. So I am here. Feel free to send me any questions or any thoughts or any suggestions during this time. This stream is not sponsored by Walkers, but here we can see, I guess, like a promotional packaging for some ready salted, legendary ready salted crisps. But here we go. We can have some rustling for a moment. I'm gonna do a live taste test of these Walker's Ready Salted Crisps. Is Walker's UK version of Lay's? Yes, I believe they're the same company, Kirby. Where's your promotional Mario ramen? Oh man, after after the ramen sponsorships in that Mario animation, I was feeling hungry for some Mario flavored noodles. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna leave my mic on for a second. I apologize if people don't like eating sounds. I won't do this for everyone, but I've got this jumbo. It's enormous. Here it is next to a full-sized pencil for scale. This is not a comically small pencil, this is a full-sized pencil. Good crunch. Good flavor. I mean, they're ready salted crisps. Alright, I'm gonna mute now. Yeah, I'm recording Foley for the upcoming crunchy boss battle. Lucian says Walker's hurt, even the logo is nearly identical. They are literally the same parent company as Lay's. I believe, I don't know whether this is true or if this is just a what's the word? Like a myth, but there's a better word for it that I'm not able to recall right now. That the reason that it's not called Lay's here is because there are certain connotations with the word Lay's. Kirby says Walker's Lay's in Ireland are called Tato's. Tato's is a different company though, Kirby. Alright, geezer, I want a bag of crisps. Something I didn't consider when I picked these as my snack is that I'm definitely going to have to go back downstairs to wash my hands. Arch says, let us listen so we can live vicariously through you. Okay, Well, mouth noise haters, feel free to join us in a few minutes then, because I've got a handful of crisps left, and I'm gonna leave my mic unmuted. Yeah, Voxy, they did something really similar here recently too. It's getting down to the kind of smaller ones right now, so they don't crunch as well. And because of the smaller ones, I'm eating like 3 at a time. I'm a monster. Yo, Voxy, they did exactly the same promotion here. Yeah. I didn't try any of them. I don't know. I used to eat more crisps. I don't eat a huge amount of crisps now, but I do like trying the promotional flavors. See ya, Top Hat. Saft says, has anyone tried Dr. Pepper cotton candy because it's so good? Wait, so it's cotton candy that tastes like Dr. Pepper, or it's Dr. Pepper that tastes like cotton candy? Also, we call it candy floss here. Oh, Voxy, are they like the... I think we call them like Max here? Walker's Max or something like that? The ones with ridges? Hey Clever Coder, I'm currently eating crisps and chat is discussing snacks. Okay. Crisps eaten. Gonna have a sip of drink. Yes, we floss our teeth with cotton candy. Oh yes, Voxy, I think there's a few countries in Europe where candy floss is translated back to English as daddy's beard. Crisps eaten, Mousey beaten. Alright, gonna go wash my hands. I'll be very brief. And I'll see you back here to continue with our stuff. Catch you in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Whew, it's kind of got cold. I'm gonna put my jumper on. Why is the cup smaller than Mousey? Asked Clever Coder. Because it's a Mousey-sized cup. Kirby says, why is the cup 2-dimensional and Mousey 3-dimensional? It's an optical illusion. Sorry for the bonk. Slapped my mic with my sleeve of my jumper as I was putting it on. Okay. Drink break away. Okay, let's try this out. Good. So we actually need to reposition Mousey. Sorry, Meowsy. And we need to restrict the range of movement on the arms a little bit, right? So that we see more of Meowsy's head, but the arms don't go so far. Because of course we could drag the position, but that won't actually help us solve the full extent of the problem. The next SWAT will reveal Long Mousey. Can you imagine if Meowsy launched us into Long Mousey? Simplify this a little bit. So I guess another solution is bringing ourselves closer. 1, 2, 3.5. Yeah, the behavior is very cat-like, I think. This will look ugly, but I'm just using it as a test for what range we want. So that range would be fantastic, but we just can't see Meowsy's head anymore. And we do still have the issue of the fact that we can see the ends of the arms, which is no good. I'm gonna put some aquatic ambience on. PK country aquatic ambience extended. "10 hours, don't mind if I do." So right now, I'm not feeling good about this interaction between Meowsy and Mousey, or between the boss and the player. And I'm trying to work out whether it's just because obviously the level design is no good right now. But is that the issue, or is it because is it something about this that I don't like? The rotating and the movement and the swiping. It does feel like how a cat would move in many, many ways. But I just don't know whether I like that. I can't even articulate it. It's almost like the movement is surprisingly easy to dodge, but is made very difficult by the fact that the movement is so random looking that it's barely telegraphed. Oh, you know what would be cool? It'd be good if there was something that we could move here to unlock a safe way round, like later. Hey, Mousey. That'd be cool. If there was like a little platform we could unlock here. Yeah, not orange. This track's amazing. I'm gonna put a purple block here to remind myself. Oh, Arch, I love it. Arch says, my theory is that the portal that sucked in Mousey's dad was actually created at the global cheese counter, like Black Mesa and the Resonance Cascade. So maybe Mousey's dad knew, you know, even knew it was coming. You know, or knew more than would initially appear, if that's the case. Does that mean Long Mousey is this world's equivalent of G-Man? Very possible. I guess, yeah, that's probably the closest comparison. Although, I feel like Long Mousey's got real sort of eldritch abomination qualities to him. That's true, Seft. Once Mousey's dad goes through the wormhole, he does become the cheese mage. Sure, Chalupa, drop us a link. I want to listen to this for a while longer, but I'll have it ready for next time, or next after this. Basing on this is really frustrating. Frustrating isn't the right word, it's just slow. Cheese Maze game would be Poggers. Oh, Disco, thank you very much for sending the some suggestions about the paw on the current rig. And also a shoulder. Yeah, a shoulder box would be really, really nice. Okay, just a quick play here. So, a reminder for everyone, this purple box wouldn't be here. I'm just using it currently as a little test, but I like the idea that maybe you can gain access to it. Maybe a height difference there, isn't there? Ever so slight. And again there, that box I copied must have been offset. Wait, maybe not. Tracing this line along. Oh, it is, yeah. Okay. Okay, I need to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, and I mean that very literally. I want to replicate what we've got on screen on paper, so I can think about the mechanics. Our start area is here for Mousey. And then we have a path. It's a horseshoe shape. And then we have our bounce pad here. Blue. Lava here. With Mousey in it. And then our loop round. Top. And the original plan, swap us to a big webcam for a second. The original plan was for Mousey to loop past Mousey's paws. Yeah. When I say original plan, what I mean is the plan that got us to this current setup. Jump on the bounce pad, next floor, and then use suction on. She's green for the moment. Suction on some kind of plunger to hurt Mousey, make something fall Mousey's head. Need to do that twice. But if you remember what we were saying before, really that we wanted to get as many of these options, these gameplay mechanics that we'd introduced earlier in the levels, poison cheese, movable bricks, and bounce pads, into this stage as possible. So we've already got bounce pads, which is good. Movable bricks could be handled by just creating an obstacle along the top here that needed to be moved. So if that was like another lava pit, that could be a block that needs to be pulled into place. I guess seems a little bit arbitrary. Poison cheese is really not gonna work because the path is so narrow and Mousey is so aggressive that I don't see a way of including this that doesn't feel unfair for new players and just completely skippable for returning players. And this is where we originally considered the poison cheese, so there would be several cheese here that you had to eat, one of which would be poison, which would really mess you up if you ate it by mistake, because Mousey would be obviously far more likely to hit you if you're stumbling around. But we're not doing that because we're not doing the spit to take out Mousey plan, currently at least. For some reason, and I know I'm kind of a little bit of a stuck record here, but for some reason I do not... This doesn't wow me currently. I don't know why I dislike this setup so much. It just feels so... Maybe it's because you can't see what's happening when you're up there because we haven't done the camera yet, but I also don't love these interactions. Let's read chat, see what chat's saying. Foxy says, what if we went with something spittable, and for that bridge section where we inhale to move the bridge, instead we just had to spit something at it to make it fall in place? To introduce the mechanic. Well, I think, Voxy, if we were going to introduce a spittable object, or a spit mechanic, I would do it in stage 2, just because there's a large area in stage 2 that is currently just you navigate through. So I'd maybe place it here and leave this. I really like this draggable thing here. Basically the only hazard in this room as well. Hey Viber. I'm wondering... I mean, the other thing to consider is that, like, if we've made progress on this, but if a better idea comes along, I'm willing to go for it. Because I don't feel, for whatever reason, I don't feel super attached to this particular way of manifesting Mousey into the stage. congratulations to Disco's girlfriend for winning her first Tetris 99 match. I'll give you a cool gamer on screen for that. Oh no, that was the wrong button and I've undone some stuff. There we go. What if... Okay, chat, hear me out. What if Mousey flew above you on the third stage in a UFO? That's just a sprite. Mousey in it. Top-down perspective. And you have to navigate through something, a space, of some kind of space, with, I'm guessing, obstacles? And Mousey drops something. Maybe in order to get through you need to use the... So this is obviously not to scale. Need to use the purple bridge mechanic, the vacuumable bridge mechanic to get through. Perhaps it's two-tiered. So we can use a bounce pad again. And once you make it to the end of the course, say it's up here, you do the suction idea we had up here on this sketch. To just detonate a plunger, like a TNT plunger or something, that just takes out Mousey's UFO. I don't know, it feels more fun to me than having to like directly, because I kind of talked about the not directly having Mousey and Mousey fight, and then I kind of half and halved it. Hey, bot says DOMs are greater than NFTs. If anyone fancies screenshotting this and saving their own JPEG of this blurry UFO, feel free. I don't know. This just isn't doing it. And it isn't just because the art is so bad. Nintenvlog says this is a lot to handle for a new player, but it could be cool. Well, that's the thing, Nintenvlogs. This also feels like such a step up in difficulty, and I think a large part of that is to do with the kind of movement that we've got here. It's on too many axes at once. Arch likes it. I think I like it too. And I mean, there's plenty of time for me to get sick of it, I suppose. Right now, I like it. So, I'm so much not a fan of this that I'm probably just going to delete it, except the bounce pad. Get one last look at Sock puppet Meowsey here. Hey, Gumby. Alright. Save old bounce pad up here. Everyone's saying no. Why though? Because of this? Oh, specifically the texture. We don't. Could sock puppet Meowsey be a title screen Easter egg? Okay, let's hold on to the texture for now. And maybe we'll use this as a reference to do a tasty little Easter egg at some point. Hey Bori. Bori says, as said before, I like the idea too, and not just because it seems more fun, but because if you're going to make future levels, this could be an intro fight, like Meowsey runs out till next time you encounter him. Bori, yeah, I think so too. I'm glad to hear people are kind of liking the idea. I think that's important. If the idea doesn't sound fun, then I think the execution has a lower chance of being fun too, right? Okay. Alright. You can make a more arcade mechanic for this fight. Yeah, I think so. Okay, just hit the 5-hour mark, deleted about an hour's worth of work, but feeling good about it. Nintendo Vlog says, Dom, do you still have a version with the arms? I think it was in the last backup, yeah. I believe so. Alright, let's get the default... Or sorry, let's get the texture started. A little work in progress texture. So I think we're going to need a... whatchamacallit? A... Is it free slide? Connector. We're going to need a cylinder. And we're going to need texture. And perhaps for this, we should have a similar setup to Mousey, where there are like several layers of the texture, but two, I guess, two for this. So one is the UFO's body, and then the other one can be the cockpit. Oh, that's a side view. I thought I was going to get very lucky there. Is it not just a circle? Saft says, who is Meowsey's owner? I guess the owner of the geothermal plant, but we've never learned about the owner. Just use the 4x4. Okay, this is gonna look bad, as always. But it's a starting point, right? Kirby says there's a geothermal plant. That's where Mousey's cheese maze takes place. Alright. UFOs always have blinking lights on the outside. And if we have this little space here, which is where the central unit will go. Remember, this is a bird's eye view. We're looking down on the UFO. Oh, maybe the texture can spin as well. Anyway, one thing at a time. Ooh, Chalupa. That seems like a great suggestion. So Chalupa in the help and tutorial, Mousey's thread said, I thought I'd share that I think it'd be neat in a future Meowsey fight if it had him inhaling like Mousey and you've got a dash to not get sucked up. That's really cool. I like that a lot. Oh, I have such a good idea for this. Oops. Okay. So watch this, chat. Okay. We got 2 pieces, right? And this one is gonna rotate. And this one will always stay in the same orientation. So. Nintendo says, Dom, you left a space in the lights. It's okay, we'll go back and make this actually good. Right? I mean, this is... Look at this. This is Mousey peeking through the programming screen. A little porthole in the programming screen currently. Make the inside of the outer one transparent. I'm not going to do that just yet, random generator codes, because this isn't perfectly circular. So when it rotates, you will see some of this undulating. Alright, so what do we need? We need this to be able to move around on both the Z and the X axis, but we also need this thing to rotate Ooh, Chalupa made a great suggestion there. You might want to fill in the black hole on the center of the spinning UFO so it doesn't clash with the black on Mousey sprite. I think the height difference will change the colors enough, but let's not risk it and make these not black anyway. Oh, they already aren't. Perfect. Ideal. What would it look like if the inside of the ship was like a... different color anyway? That looks good. Okay. So, let me see how much of this stuff I can remember. So, if one of them is a rotating object, the same size, and if they are connected and share a center point, and this shows on the Y center, and this shows on the Y positive, and is connected to... oh, wrong way around. Connected from that to that. And we send that a constant. I know I'm duplicating here, but it's just for the moment. We want it to rotate on the Y-axis. So let's drag Mousey. Mousey hiding in here somewhere right now? Where's Mousey? There's Mousey. Okay. Too high? Oh, that looks good. That looks good. Obviously, they're too. Oh man, I'm okay. I'm very happy with that. They're obviously too separated, and it's not spinning. But that is feeling so right. I'm just gonna check through chat because chat went real quick. Voxy says, have two cylinders, one rotating with the UFO texture, perfect. The one not rotating with the cockpit texture, yep, and attach them to the same object, perfect. Chalupa Joe says, so Mousey is an alien, or how did he get the UFO? My thinking is that the cheese maze is very sort of, like, mechanical, right? So I feel like rather than it being an actual alien UFO, it's more just an invention by somebody. Mr. O says both will rotate. Nintendo Vlog says, Dom, can you explain the boss battle again? The UFO is going to fly over the top, drop things, and we need to navigate to the end. Hey, Ouija boys, good to see you. Move Mousey lower so the camera's more zoomed out. Oh, we'll fiddle with that stuff later. So somebody said, who was it? Mr. Rose says make them zero gravity. Cool. And then movable? Okay, but both are rotating. So do we need a connection between the two of them? Do we need like one thing that both these connect to? Hi, Mr. Flame. Good to see you. Oh, Bori makes a really wonderful suggestion. Actually, as you have another texture for Meowsy, you can make him bigger and use all the space of the texture and resize compared to the UFO. This will give you more resolution for Meowsy if desired. That's a great suggestion, Bori. Perhaps when we redraw, we can consider that option and get a nicer high-res Meowsy. But right now, I'm very attached to this low-res janky Meowsy. Much more than I was with the low-res janky, like, Meowsy head boss fight thing. Man, what do I need to do to make this spin? Because that will rotate by itself, right? If there's no connection. Yeah. Try a Y hinge between them. Okay, thanks, Mr. O. Let's give it a go. Unintentionally rhymed. Hinge, Y hinge. Random says, how did Meowsey get so small? Meowsey's just really high above Mousey. There we go. There we go. Oh, we can have a new version of the theme for the boss fight as well. Man, I've gone from like being so just like knowing something felt wrong about that, but not being able to place it, to being very excited for this. Whoops. All right. It's fried egg shaped, yeah. Frying saucer. Where is it hanging out? I'm on the wrong axis. Okay, so next, how fast can you get that thing to spin? Okay, well we do need to see that. Oh, very fast. The rotating object could be changed to a normal cylinder now and join the constant to the hinge, I think. Not saving any nodons, but that's good to know. Yeah, if we're wanting to make it nice and clean, let's give that a go. Let's take off that black circle as Chalupa suggests. Oof. Okay, so Voxy follows up saying that makes the cockpit spin instead because the hinge will rotate what's attached to the hinge. Also, they don't take the same kind of input. Okay, let's go back then. Let's stick to this for now. Fun to do a little experiment. Obviously, we don't want it to go that fast. Okay. Voxy, thank you for writing that again, because we did come across this earlier in the stream and I'd already forgotten. Voxy says, just for future reference, rotating and moving objects will treat inputs as speed, whereas sliders and hinges will treat inputs as position and angles. That's a really important distinction for when you're thinking about the inputs for those two things. So Bori says, that's true, Voxy. I forgot that. The inputs then should be 0 to 360. Yes, yeah. Nice. Honestly, I love mistakes like that. Well, not even necessarily mistakes, but little things that don't work, because they really help me, at least, understand the differences between these things. Mr. O says, make the cockpit cylinder smaller on the Y so both textures would be nearer. So I initially made these smaller so that they would be nearer, but the effect was lost a little bit. Kind of like the shadow, but maybe we can kind of split the difference. Maybe I was too slim before, Too wide this time. I really want to maintain that shadow, but let's see. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, Voxy, me too. I definitely want to maintain the shadow. Just see how much we can tweak it. Voxy says, what if you made the top a sphere? And you made the texture a top texture. Let's give it a go. Oh, it is a top texture, isn't it? Oh, we can get funky with this stuff, I think, now. Don't worry, this is a duplicate. So if we do this on the... We do this on the Y center. Ah. So I guess we'd actually want it to now be like... Wait, is it let me... I didn't know you could squash a... I didn't know you could squash a sphere like this. Because the texture is really small. Sorry, I hit my head on my microphone. I laughed so much. I'm gonna make this connection. Oops. Actually. This. Oh. Never mind. Center to Y positive. Bring the texture back down and fill the transparency. I'm going to use a slightly different color so we can just differentiate. Not that, because we used that elsewhere. Alright, so it won't always be two colors, but I just want to see here. Oh, I keep doing it backwards. Center. That's what I want. Sphere itself is too large. But then we'd have to scale the Oh yeah. Right. Voxy, I don't want to redraw the texture right now though. Let's leave it as a cylinder for now. I'm too attached to that texture. In the same way that everyone was attached to the sock puppet Mousey that I don't like. Right, we're leaving it like that for now. Hey Abe, we're working on the boss fight. I also think that that it becomes a little bit different to how Mousey looks then too. Blinking Mousey sprite animation along with changing button colors. Yeah. Good shout on that, Bori. Definitely. Yeah, like at least 2 frames of animation. Any little bit light off this. Okay. Alright, let's leave it like that for now. Okay, so we've got a free slide connector. Let's see how much I can remember of the previous system that we used. Moving hands, pushing buttons, I can see it. I'm so happy that chat is excited for this setup because I am too. And I did feel a little bit like people would be disappointed by deleting the previous setup, but it felt like lots and lots of compromises, like design compromises within the constraints we'd set ourselves with that. Like we'd kind of artificially given ourselves a lot of constraints. Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, I'm feeling that way too. So we need a location sensor. Should have kept that one because it would have been the previous one because it would have been a good reference. That's right, Nintendo Vlogs. Thanks, random generator codes. I mean, we may go back to the sphere setup. So that's good to know for then. What I would like to do, chat, just so people know, because I know people will be suggesting lots and lots of ideas. One thing I would really like to do, if we go back to webcam for a second, is I would really like for when, because we haven't used one of these yet, and I think it would work nicely here. When the UFO this is obviously from the side, but it will be from top down. When the UFO is gonna drop something, it have an effect node on, which is tied to it, that shines light underneath in a radius that's greater than the UFO, so you can see it from the top-down view. As a little signifier that it's going to drop. Oh, I drew Mousey really big. As a warning, that's right in 10 vlogs. Okay, so we need two not comparison. Calculators? I'm gonna go back up so I don't need to ask again. I'm gonna see how much of this I can do by myself using the info we had here earlier from Foxy, I believe. Oh, it might have been in chat, not in the thread, actually. Yes, we'll definitely pull the camera further back for this Voxy so we can have a big UFO high up. Okay, here it is. It is in the thread. Perfect. Okay, so what I'm doing now is hopefully setting up a system that will allow the UFO to move freely. And we'll see how far I get. I don't know whether I know how to do this, but I'm going to try. So we'll need to... This is a replication of what we had on the Mousey setup before. I don't know how much of this applies here, but I'm going to try it. Inverter. Applied says, hey, you're using the Atan node on. Oh, Voxy says, I think you're wasting some time. Okay. Alright. We will definitely need a location sensor, and we'll definitely need to... That was a setup to turn towards Mousey. Right, as opposed to follow. Oh! Oh, that's the point! Can we just feed... Oh, Vexy says never mind. Okay. Now I don't know what to believe. It could work somehow. Let's find out. Like a targeting system. I guess, Foxy? I mean, I really just was thinking this would allow us to track. You know, to follow. Because I think the fact that the UFO is spinning will make it feel a bit more dynamic than it actually is. If we had the movement quite simple, I think that's okay. Burry wishes we could feed a position node on with inputs. Oh man, can you imagine? You're doing angle stuff so it won't work with free slide. Okay. In which case, can I just feed inputs to the X and Z here? Or do I need to use the free slide and put the inputs into the X and Z there? You'll need a free slide or a moving object. So I suppose we could turn this cylinder into a moving cylinder, couldn't we, and save the free slide? Then we have one for rotation and one for movement. One, let's select. Alright, let's test that's still working. Nope. Forgot to set the preferences here. Also needs to be 0 gravity. Perfect. Perfect. Let's slim that one down. Nice. Okay. Now we can feed inputs to the X and the Y, but we're gonna have to do something to calculate the difference between I was just I was midway through a sentence when Nintendo Vlogs posted a picture of the like balloon face Mousey from earlier when we used the sphere, and it cracked me up. The value of this input will be converted directly to the speed of the object. Calculate the difference between Mousey and Mousey's position again. Okay. Can do. I'm gonna have to scroll up because I can't remember the combo of node on right off the top of my head. Oh, we go straight into the X and Z here like this, right? Do we need to invert the results still? Probably. And location sensor itself. Cat, I saw your message. Thank you for letting me know. I won't be changing the sprite just yet. Voxy, do not worry. Voxy says in the chat, disclaimer, I'm not 100% certain how this works. It's fine, let's figure out together. Or let's see together at least. If it fails, it might look spectacular. Yeah, I think so. So I'm going to drag up the location sensor from Mousey for now. One day I'll get these right, first try. Okay, so calculate Mousey's position minus Mousey's position. Feed the results into position to angle. We're not going to do that this time, I don't think. And then invert the results, feed that into the moving object, I guess. So X and Z. Let's see. Hey. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. Yeah, it works, Foxy. I did draw Meowsy. Oh, uh-oh. It's getting a bit wonky. It's getting a little bit wild. Is that because of the fact it's zero gravity? I thought we wouldn't have to make it zero gravity because we're not feeding any data into the y-axis. Something solid on it, isn't it? That's wild. I think you might need a free slider just to lock its Y position and rotation. What, connect up a free slider as well? With like a 0 into the Y? At this point, we probably should have just connected it to a UFO, right? Because a UFO will hold its position in space. Shouldn't we just replace the moving object with a UFO? Oh wait, but then we wouldn't be able to connect the hinge. Oh, Disco has made an example with a UFO if we want to reference. Sure, yeah, Disco is definitely worth checking out. Jimith says, haha, I love programming. I know what you mean. Yeah, you can connect the hinge. Will I just go to the top? Why would I connect the hinge instead then? This might get a little bit funky. Let's check out. Let's not change this yet. Let's check out Disco's version, as and when they share it. Jimith has been inspired to get my stuff together and make something amazing. While we're waiting, look, I'll see if I can draw some whiskers on here. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Oops. Cool, Foxy. No, go and enjoy your food. Don't try and split your concentration. It's best to take a moment to eat your food properly and stuff. Jimith, I've been using a mouse with GBG since I got it, and I love it. It's my preferred method, but that's partly to do with the fact that I'm basically always using my Switch docked because I'm usually streaming if I'm playing GBG. I think the touchscreen interface is quite a nice way of doing it, although you do sometimes get kind of mispresses and stuff because obviously your finger is less precise. I know some people love to use the IR, the Joy-Cons IR, to play on their TV. But for me, the mouse is always the best way to go. So I'll want a flag before the UFO, so that Mousey doesn't track Mousey until we enter the final stage. Do I have to... This feels so wrong. Do I have to do that? Oh no. Wait, I'll need to feed it the height that I want it to go to, right? I'll do that later. Hey, Project Next. Alright. So it's janky, but it works. Yeah, Mr. O, I realize it's tilting. We're a little bit in limbo on the UFO at the moment because we may use the UFO character instead of a moving object, which will then solve the tilt issue. But otherwise, we may be able to fix that with free slide. Anyway, let's start thinking about what the UFO is going to drop, and B, that's okay, Disco, no rush, there's plenty to do. What the UFO may drop and what the stage is going to look like. So I think really we want to throw every trick in the book at this stage. I think this one could maybe be the most most maze-like as well. Instead of lava, I don't think we really want a lava hazard here because the UFO itself will be the hazard, and perhaps even could drop lava drops. Lava cylinders. Cubes. Lava cheese, perhaps. Basically, I just want a bunch of the free sliding blocks Because that will have lava traps. There will be lava traps there. Jimith says mouse traps. Tiger says mouse traps as well. I suppose the mouse trap would just be visual, because it would still teleport Mousey back to the start. Everybody's saying mouse traps. That would be a launcher, wouldn't it? Special. There we go, launch. I'm going to launch on the Y minus. Set launch speed to 1. Gonna be constantly be giving it does it have to be a 1? Oh, these are for the things you drop, aren't they? Of course. There we go. They're coming out of the top section, whereas we really need them to come out of the bottom section. Because you can see them through. Actually, they are coming out of the bottom section. Maybe we need to make this thicker. No, apologies. I got that backwards. They're not coming out the wrong one. Where am I? Okay. Alright, good. There's still a huge distance between the two layers. I think that's because I really want to be on that setting here. And then there we go. Brought them a little bit closer. But this goes to the... Hang on, wait. I'm showing that on Y center. And the bottom of this goes to the center of the other object. You could probably even do center center. That's too far, okay. Is that the smallest gap we've had? Still get the shadow, which is nice. Okay. Connecting something here changes what it launches, right? No? I forgot how you make it launch a specific thing. Oh wait, you can't launch a specific thing, can you? You can only attach a texture to it. You can't, sadly. Okay, thanks, Nintendo Vlogs. So the mousetrap isn't going to really work. So I think we do go lava cubes. Oh wait, no, because we could just make it a texture. We can make the launch object invisible. So there could be 2D mousetraps. Mousetraps... Mousetraps don't feel very technological. I forgot that you could turn off the visibility on this. TNT. I like that, Jimith. I think I prefer that. Mousetraps feel so low tech. Oh, you can change the shape of the launcher with this, can you? The launched object. There we go, cool. Oh wow, nice. I feel like there's a million mechanics that could come out of this. Although with TNT, I think the effect might be difficult to manage. The explosion effect. Leave it like that for now. I'm going to attach the shooting out NFTs, says Voxy. I'm going to attach the effect now. So, pretty sure for the effect what we'll need is a simple object. Let's do a sphere. And to this sphere we're going to add a Digo says, is GBG text size 64 by 64? No, it's higher than that. It's 100 and something. Hey Carrie, yes, we've made loads of progress. NFTNT, says Mercury. Congratulations, that is definitely the bad/good pun of the stream. What was I about to do? Light says texture size is 64 by 64. Oh no, wait, apologies. Apologies, Daigo. You won't be able to have an explosion happen where the launched object is. Yeah, I thought so. See ya, Chalupa. Thanks so much for hanging out. So right now, if we just added it to the rotating cylinder, it wouldn't work. Oh, it's not working at all. Ah, because I haven't done the settings right on here. Yeah, so you're gonna have to do more than this, but I'm gonna just do a little experiment. I think the light is gonna have to be on a free side that is a free slide that is way lower than the UFO. I'm not sure if I do want TNT Voxy. It was just a line of thought, but I'm not sold on that idea yet. I'm doing the warning light now, and I think I need to connect it to a free slide that is offset from the rotating cylinder. Oh, can I not connect this to... Wow, does there have to be another object in between? Oh, of course there does. Yeah, of course. You forgot about the sphere I was going to use. What about missiles? There's a rocket fancy object after all. I don't think I want to use the rocket fancy object, but I do like the idea of... Although a missile would go straight down and you wouldn't see anything. So maybe if it's like laying things... Wait, Foxy says, yeah, it does. I think that's probably to my question about connecting it to something, right? Presuming. Don't know for sure. I ask myself so many questions while I'm doing things like this that I forget what I've asked when chat very helpfully responds. But I was probably being rhetorical. We're not due another node on check for about 10 minutes, Jimith. We've restricted ourselves to only looking once an hour. We've got about 10 minutes left. Is this gonna work? That's so dramatic. Kirby says, well, if we run out, won't we know? Yes, yeah, if we run out, we find out ahead of time, but... Most dramatic freefall ever. Oh no, Jimmy says, cool, this is the content I live for at nearly 1 AM with work in the morning. Yeah, we're in the same boat. Why is that light not working then? Make this visible for testing. Oh, we definitely need a sound effect Voxy. It's like a... It's always going on. Just realized the whole UFO sprite doesn't actually fit this shape, does it? I mucked something up here. Just sworn I made the Y position 2.40. Like, just in here? But do I actually need to feed it that into the Y? That's pulled the whole UFO up. It doesn't appear to have mystery of this free slide then. Oh. Connected object can move along all three axes. No input, the object will stay fixed in place. Oh wait, I suppose I don't actually need to connect it to the UFO at all. I could just feed it the same inputs. And then choose the... Ah! That's probably a better way of doing it. Take the input from here. And then just change the Y. Nice, Dallas. That sounds very cool. Jimmy, this DK country music's so good. We've probably been listening to like... I can tell you exactly how long we've been listening to it for. It's an hour and a half. And I'm not getting sick of it. Hinges are superior to UFOs. Cool, Disco. Thanks for letting me know. Applied says, I think David Wise made Aquatic Ambience. Yes, that is correct. Wait, I don't mean free slide, I mean movable object. There we go. Huh. What did I do to cause that offset? Yeah, Dallas. Having a game swap, an empty game swap at the end, so people could have it lead in, would be a good idea. What's the free slide attached to? The moving sphere. I just fed it the... Oh, that's why. No. Wrong one. Wrong one. Yes, it has multiple levels, Jimith, but they're all contained within this one creation. There's no game swap in this. Where the rotating object is. Right. Okay. I didn't realize that they had to be literally on top of each other, but that makes sense. Okay. Right, they're one of those objects that has position on the screen. Oh. Congrats. How to... That's right, there we go. Alright, getting there. Oh dear. Oh no, it's going up. I think I need to fix the value on that then. Is that how it works? Oh man, I don't... Is it because it's still not solid? How do I lock it at its height? Let's see. Don't connect anything to the wipe input. But when I did that, Voxy, it flew up into the sky. Or sorry, it pulled the UFO down. Did it not? Did I imagine that? I just imagined it. Cool. Okay, neat. That's so weird. I thought that wasn't working before I started feeding it an input on the Y, but it must have been an optical illusion. Is the... Does this just need anything other than a 0 to trigger it? There's no... You can't feed it different inputs, can you? Or different values for greater strength, for example, of the light. Foxy says, the effect node on is Scottish. Yes. Aye, it is. Light says you can only have up to 4 or 8 game swaps, so keep that in mind. Yeah, we would just have one. We'd have one leading out of this if somebody wanted to hook it up to another. Can't control the effect between beyond on or off. Okay. You can just give it any constant. Why is this light not showing then? Is it just because it's going to be contained within the sphere? Oh, there we go. It's broken again. Oh, Jimith is Scottish. Nice. You have some representation in the effects node on. There we go. Okay. Oh. Doesn't look good on Mousey's eyes. The UFO is definitely getting pulled down now. But you can't make moving objects... Oh, it is already zero gravity. Yeah, the old boss fight is scrapped, Dallas. It just wasn't working. Wait, this isn't even connected to the UFO. This isn't connected at all, so if we disconnect these, does the UFO still sync? Doesn't appear to be this time. How interesting. Not solid. I plug this back in and it makes it sync again. I'm going to be very confused. Jimith says, I love how game creation is a lot of misdirection and magic. Yeah, there's a lot of cardboard sets. For sure. I always used to like breaking out of games and seeing behind the geometry and stuff when I was a kid. What are the moving object settings? Here. Zero gravity, center, world and speed. That's the light moving object. And then this is the UFO. Cylinder, zero gravity, nothing here. Center. Couldn't rise unless something's bumping into it from underneath, but it's not solid, so there's something here solid that shouldn't be. it'll be this, right? Connected objects will be able to swing free within the selected range. You can control their exact angle by providing an input to this node on. An output of 10 will result in the 10 grid. Oh no, so that would just be rotation. Hinges aren't physical objects. Applied says on the free slider. We don't have a free slider at the moment, but perhaps Applied's referring to the moving object. You should enable Y controls. Oh no. That might have been a delayed comment, I'm not sure. Dom, set Y hinge limits to 0 on both sides. Oh, but that will stop. That will force the up half to rotate as well. Foxy says what Plied meant was putting the moving object on a slider. That way you can restrict the way that the object moves. Oh right, the thing we were talking about before about stopping the UFO from wobbling. Okay, so let's get a free slider in. You should enable Y controls. So that's by depressing it, dechecking it here, and then setting it to a constant amount so it doesn't shift. So what height is it? 20? 40? So can I give it a 640 constant? Not sure if this is how they work. I might not have even done anything. Doesn't seem to have broken anything though. Can't actually tell if it's tilting. Gonna catch up with chat and see. Okay. Applied says, would you want to disable X and Z and enable Y? The wording's a little bit confusing on this one, so that's what I was reading. If you disable an axis on the slide motion input option, the connected object will move freely along that axis. Right. Yes, exactly. Verona says, wait, this is the same stream, right? It says I've already liked, I've had a whole sleep since then. Yeah, this has been going 6.5 hours, so we're going to be wrapping up pretty soon. There we go. That should be a rock solid UFO now. Daigo says, is this tune a Block Factory 2 from GBG trailer? Tammy says this is officially your longest stream. Well, we did technically have a 10-hour stream, but I suppose that wasn't me. It wasn't all me. Nice. Thank you, Plied, for that on the free slide. If I increase this now... That's weird, so I can... You didn't actually change anything, the free slide isn't connected to anything. That was kind of what I was just realizing, although it would have taken me a lot longer. Placebo effect for sure. What can this connect to? Like this? Make an anchor, okay. Sorry, Voxy, there's the stream delay. I saw your message as soon as it came through, but there'll be 30 seconds or more, I think. Didn't have it connected to the rotating one. Roxy says, Dom, what are you doing? I don't know, I thought that was working. Disco says, I was only able to get the logic for the chase down to 10 node on using a UFO for Mousey, so if sliders are cheaper, def go with them. Okay, let's take a moment in a minute to check that out, Disco. First of all, thank you very much, Disco, for sending that over. Foxy, is this not the right thing? So the free slide is basically just to lock the Y position, correct? And if this is the anchor, then I thought all that was left to do was to input the Y value into the Y axis of the slide. But I don't know. I really don't understand this bit. Dom, you know how to attach two objects. One is the parent, the other is the child. Top is parent, right? Bottom is child. So that's now using that one's height. Oh, also you don't need to input the Y, because the Y is the position of the anchor. Right. Like this. Then like... like this? Top is where child goes. And then we set the height here. That breaks the rotation though by connecting it to that, so we'll need another thing, right? Thank you, Zalem, for your message. I will be going soon. I just want to get this to a point where I can remember what to do next, essentially. Okay. That's okay, Voxy. Let's look at Disco's UFO-based movement anyway. Oh, let's pause the aquatic ambience for a second. Okay, G002. EVR UN. Ooh. Oh, I like the way this moves. Oh, that's nice. So there's like the degree of randomization in there too, right? Yeah. You get more of a chase feeling rather than a constant lock-on. Jareth says it's very cat-like. Perfect. No randomization, but it gives the feel of it. So that's just it. Checking every interval or something? Because it always repositions. Don't know, let's see. That's Mousey. Mousey sensor. Cat sensor. Comparison. But not timer and inversion. Comparison. Okay, so repeating these two. Might need to turn the rotation speed of the UFO to 0, that way it won't rotate the textures. Alright, so let's copy this, turn off the rotation of the UFO and see what happens to the movement. That's turning speed, right? Yeah, I really like the way it moves too, Voxy. It's good. No, Disco, this is really nice. This is really, really good. Oh, Voxy, I would maybe suggest refreshing your page, because based on that response, I think your delay is a little greater than usual. Beautiful. This is the way to go. Okay, so I'm going to check these settings. Photograph them, and we'll greater than. Both are greater than. The play bar didn't show you were behind. It's okay. Sometimes I've seen that sometimes it gets out of whack like that. Okay, the same on both. Yeah, same on both. And here. An inverter. Easy. Okay. Beautiful. Now we'll just turn off the rotation. Okay. I guess after nearly 7 hours it builds up some drop frames. Yeah. Disco, that's a beautiful little system you've built there. And I think it honestly will end up being cheaper than what we were constructing here. We'll need to attach another cylinder to the UFO, but just like with Mousey, that's not a big deal. And may as well save this down here for now. We're going to get a new character, UFO. Scale it up. Bit. Look at the picture. Aye aye. Where's the picture gone? Oh, let's put aquatic ambience back on. Does anyone have a request for something that we can leave on in the background after this from a video game? Took me a moment there. Alright, I'm definitely getting tired now, so I'm going slower. Okay, let's get the knot. Wow, loads of good suggestions. We'll change it up after this. Mouse sensor goes to top of less than. Sensor goes to bottom of less than. Cool. Thanks, Disco. Oh, screenshots in Discord. Nice. I feel like sometimes the multi-select is not very consistent. Yeah, Jimith, I'm sure others in chat will be able to give you more specific details on that, but you definitely can. I've seen that done a few times, where you have like a level, select level, and then you select through to the rest of the stages in any order that you want. Okay. Down movement. Ah, it's actually forward back. Right, that's up down, I see. And of course, yeah. Down is the y-axis movement. Cool. Good start. Need to adjust the height. And put the rotating cylinder that. Oh, via the hinge, right? Great. Hey, Squally. Guess I'm gonna have to put something. Guess I'm gonna have to put one more object attached to it. Standard cylinder, I guess. Cool. I'm actually going to go Y center on this. Make the UFO invisible. Center. Oh, right, because they're different thicknesses, aren't they? Wait, no, but... Turn off UFO rotation, good shout. See random generator codes. Helps if movable's on. Ah, there we go. I know what it is. There we go. Thank you, Disco, and thank you very much, Foxy, for talking me through the previous version. I'm glad that we have the UFO version now, though, because it's really working as anticipated. Looks so good. We'll bring the height difference down. A wee bit more though. There we go. For the beam, you can just attach it directly to the UFO now. Nice. Oh yes, I was going to put a track on. Spooky Attic from Mario vs. Donkey Kong 2. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, this is smooth. Okay. The beam is just a flat texture, it could just be a big cylinder attached to the underside of the UFO. Oh, I wanted to use a light effect though, if I could. Hey noob, we're making a UFO, which will be the boss fight. Cool, okay, let's give that a go, Voxy. Good shout. We've got a big cylinder. Do the Undecided the UFO. That. And then the light. This. Oh, nice, that works really well. Can you see it when the effect... Yeah. Yes. And we'll put a texture on it. So you may be wondering why I'm doing it blue, and the reason I'm going to do it blue is because the floor, the blue will be floor. The floor will be blue in this room, so I would like to illuminate that. Might not work though. As long as we get the height okay, that should be good. If we want it to be really fancy, we might even be able to like dither it. This is not how dithering works, by the way. Do not dither like this. Doing it for a little experiment. The light effect is way too big, Dom. Yeah, I would imagine that that would look pretty good. Once it was done properly, you know. Obviously it won't be casting a shadow either because we'll match it with the floor. So the cylinder is probably too centered, didn't I? So let's set it to Y. Best way to dither without going insane is to erase every other line says applied. That's a great shout. That looks pretty good. That looks okay. Bit too short now. Man, honestly, that rocks. Looks kind of funky like that, says Foxy. Just put the floor texture on and see. Looks like a shadow. I think it will look less like a shadow against the real floor. Also, the thickness of it, you know, it will be a lot more dithered than this. suppose if it's really, really heavily dithered, then it can be yellow or something a bit more beam-like, because it will show a lot of the blue through. Mr. Rose says, when Dom talks low, it makes me think he's really tired. My voice is really tired after the last few days, so I will be wrapping up in just a few minutes. I am tired now too, definitely tired. Gummy says, what's the boss concept? How will he attack you? He's going to drop little somethings from the underside. The UFO. But we haven't decided exactly how these will interact with Mousey. But the level design will basically be a bit of an obstacle course with things that you need to slide and make your way through before you get to the end and trigger a button that will send Mousey careening off the crash and lick his wounds before another adventure. Okay, I'm very, very happy with our progress here. I'm going to share this code. Online. Let me do a backup first, though. This is, I thought there would be a launcher aiming at Mousey shooting laser beams or something. I imagine it would more just drop hazards, but we'll see. I don't know. Have a think tomorrow. I need to turn this other track off because the multiple music's breaking my brain. Disco says, let's scrap it and make a dating sim. Why not both? Are you planning on making more Mousey games? No comment at this time. Let's get this one done first. Just typing the code into the Discord. Your 5 BF4. There we go. I'm just catching up with chat. We have 42 nodal left. We can do a dating sim with that. Crazy how we're left with less nodon than when we started this stream. That is pretty wild. Wait. No. We have more remaining. Yes, that is crazy. We have more to play with than we did. Okay. Mr. Flame says, please explain what's going on. I'm about to go to bed because my brain is fried after a long evening of streaming. Thank you everybody for hanging out. I think we made some fantastic progress today. There was a lot of streamlining of Nodon, and I'm really glad that we took the leap of faith with rejigging the boss battle. It wouldn't have felt like the best conclusion to the game if we'd stuck with that. And I feel a lot more optimistic about the UFO boss battle. So I'm looking forward to doing some more of that. I don't believe, in fact I can say categorically, I will not be able to do a dev day stream tomorrow evening. So we will have to reconvene on another date, hopefully as soon as possible. I may get a little bit of time over lunch tomorrow to have a tweak of a few things. I'll probably end up doing texture work because it's the thing that I always get drawn to. And yeah, I'll send you a update when I'm ready to do another dev day. Thank you everybody for this long marathon stream and this long marathon weekend. I think we've made so much progress overall and it's been so much fun, even though I am very tired now. Okay, catch you all soon. Bye bye.